and you had also served here as a member of parliament. So just take us briefly. You deal with that from paragraphs 8 onwards in your statement.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning to members. In terms of my experience in Limpopo, I've served as a speaker of Limpopo legislature from 2015 after being a member here from May 2014. And after that, I was appointed, during the elections of 2019, I was appointed as the MEC for education. And after that, I was appointed as the MEC for transport and community safety. And then after that, I was appointed as the portfolio chair of women, children, and people with disability. And then until here, where we are today, where I'm serving as Deputy Minister of Police. Thank you, sir.
So in your capacity as MEC for community safety, you would have interacted with the police, both the police in the province and also national police.
Indeed, sir, because community and safety means, the police, working with the police and the civilian secretariat. So yes, from time to time, we'll deal with the issue of police as the MEC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You also have quite an impressive array of academic qualifications, which you set out at paragraph 15 of your sworn statement.
Yes, sir. I did my 3-year diploma in transport with the University of Rau then. I have a Bachelor of Degree BCom, 2 Masters MBA and Masters in Transport Studies from University of Cape Town, and I have a Doctorate of Administration from University of Limpopo. And then if you look at our next chart, SPB1, you can also see other qualifications that I have. So all in all, I think there are 31. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, you would have been assigned some roles and responsibilities by Minister Mchunu, and more recently, Acting Minister Kachalia. He was appointed only in August, so it's just been a few months. Perhaps describe to us the kind of roles and responsibilities assigned to you. In terms of the Constitution, you were appointed to assist the Minister of Police. So just take us through in which areas you assist the Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe let me start it the other way around, as you said it, because I know there were debates whether we need deputy ministers or not. In terms of deputy ministers, yes, we are appointed in terms of the Constitution, 93A, as you said, and the president can appoint as much as he could. But looking at the responsibility, it will depend whether you need 1, 3, or 5 deputy ministers. So in terms of my responsibilities as the deputy minister, we get our powers in terms of section 93.2, where we account to Parliament about the work that we are supposed to do, and also assisting the minister to do the work that he will give us from time to time. Although the minister have not delegated, Minister Mchunu, let me be clear so that I do not confuse which minister, delegated to us functions in writing, but from time to time would assist him to be able to do the work. And I will take you through that if we do not mind. But also I want to say, although the minister, I'm on number 80, although the minister have not penned down the delegated functions yet, there has been functions that we were able to deal with them arising from also our responsibility of accounting to this parliament in terms of 93.2. And on 19, in terms of us, the deputy minister, I did not possess any independent executive or operational authority, but accordingly, the deputy minister's primary responsibility is to support the minister in the development and implementation of policy, oversight functions, and strategic alignment across the policing sector. So the minister will be the one who determines the scope and the role of a deputy minister, which he did. But also, as the deputy minister, I account to Parliament and serve in the following portfolio committees. I serve in the Portfolio Committee of Police. I see my chairperson is there. I also serve in the Select Committee of Safety and Security in the NCOP. Also, I serve in the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, JSCI. And also, as the ministry, we sometimes have joint meeting with other portfolio committees. 2 weeks ago, I was representing our department with the Portfolio Committee on Health with SARS, discussing illicit tobaccos. And then tomorrow, I'm representing our department and meeting the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement to be able to do that. And also, as a deputy minister, I serve in the following cabinet committees: Justice, Crime Prevention and Security, JCPS. I serve in the Economic Sector Investment, Employment and Infrastructure Development, ESIT, and also serve in the All Joint Cabinet Committee and Cluster Meeting. I also serve as a District Development Model, DDM champion of Nkangala District Municipality in Mpumalanga, but I also am appointed to serve in the following inter-ministerial committees: IMC, the first one, A, Extended Ministerial Multidisciplinary Committee, responsible for foodborne illness and illicit trade, and number 2, Inter-Ministerial Committee on the preparation for the 2026-27 local government elections. In terms of the police, maybe let me give you the setup of how big the
General
police
Khumalo, we were
department
at
is.
the takedown of
The
Mr.
department
Molefe,
consists
and
of the
you
South African
had just
Police
explained
Service,
that
the Directorate for Priority Crime
there were two
Investigation,
operations
DPCI, which we
that were
not
planned
call
for
it
the same
Hawks,
day.
Yes.
and also 3
and
entities: the
I'd
Independent
asked you whether
Police
you were the
Investigative
overall
Directorate,
coordinator
IPID,
of
the
these
Civilian
operations on
Secretariat
that day.
Police for Police Services, CSPS, and the Private Security Industry
Yes,
Regulations.
that is correct, Commissioners.
As
Was
part of the ministry,
overall coordinator
we account
of
to the
both
parliamentary
operations
committees
on the
through
day,
tabling
as
of
I
strategic plans,
mentioned, the
budget and
reasons
expenditure,
why we had to
annual
combine
performance
the two.
plans, quarterly reports,
Also,
annual
we
reports
had
of
received
all of the
fresh
SAPS,
information,
the
on
DPCI,
the
and the 3
kidnapping
entities.
that needed us
So prior to attending the parliamentary
conduct
committee
that
meetings,
operation as soon as
the
possible,
ministry,
as we are all
together
aware
with the
that,
national
a
commissioner,
kidnapping,
the national head
case is
of
a life
the
and
Hawks,
limb
and the heads
situation.
of the
That is why
entities
then we had to
and their
combine
top
the two
management,
on one
we
day.
meet and prepare the report
Let's start
as
with the
per
one
the
operation
agenda
first,
of the
and
meeting
that's
that we are
Mr.
going to
Molefe's
attend.
arrest.
As such, the role
In your,
of the deputy minister, while
your description of the
constitutionally
events,
accountable
you
to Parliament,
describe
can more
the arrival
appropriately
of the Hawks
be
as
defined
interference.
as a layer of strategic
Arrival at the
support
scene.
without independent executive powers.
I want to
Thank you,
know
sir.
why you use that word,
Thank you,
interference.
Deputy
But
Minister.
before-
And
we
I
get
also
there.
understand that more
Why
specific
is it that the Hawks
tasks or
would not be part?
functions
of an
had
operation
been
like
allocated
this
to you,
in
for
first
example, to assess the state of gender-based violence
Thank
across
you,
the country? Just talk to
Commissioner.
us a bit about
Starting
that.
with the
Thank you very much.
The last question.
Sir. The other thing I forgot
The-
to say, the role also of the
setup
deputy minister.
of PKTT
If you remember,
will be
the minister,
for us
when he
to
was
have
put on leave,
investigating officers.
it was 3 days before we had to
from
table our
general
budget in the
detectives,
NCOP.
Also from
So together with
organized
Deputy
crime
Matali,
units of SAPS,
We're able
and
to do
also
3
from
statements.
DPCI.
Because normally we'll share the
So
entities, the 3
we have
entities, the DPCI,
the combination.
and then give the minister
Most of
the
our
SAPS.
teams, what also
So we had done
something
for the
that we do
entities.
differently.
Then we had to
With
do
each and
also
every pillar.
for the
We call our
SAPS
teams
because
pillars.
it was the last
With
day.
each and every
if we have
pillar,
not done that
we
as deputy
don't
ministers,
put
we would have
one
not a budget,
type of
having a budget by
expertise.
now. So
we
the
put
acting minister,
combination. For an
Minister
example, as I've
Mantashe,
explained,
was
that
appointed
within our
in the
detection
afternoon
teams,
of the day before
we'll
the
try
tabling of the
to
budget.
have the
So, but we had
combination so as
prepared
we
it
get all
and give it to him.
different
And when
types
we
of
went to the
skills
NCOP, we
together.
said to him, you
When
must
it
just
comes to
read it, and where we
pillar
have to
one,
come
which
in,
is the
we
intelligence
will come in.
collection,
And we indeed,
will
we
go
had our
as
budget
far as
passed in that. So
calling
that is
up
also the other role
what
of the
is
deputy ministers
referred
that
to
people
as
might
public
not
order policing
be
information
able to
officers.
understand. Coming to your current question,
Also, the
when
national
the
intervention
acting
units,
minister,
they have information
Professor
officers.
Firoz
Also,
Kachalia
the
was
tracking
appointed.
teams,
We sat
within
together
detectives, they are
and
dealing
then
with the
we took him
collection of
through what we
information.
were doing and
Also
that we were not
within
allocated
crime intelligence.
responsibilities.
So
there.
our
So
combination
after
of
a week,
pillar is
he
not
then
made
called
up
us,
of
and
one
then he then
specific, expertise.
allocated
We try
us
to
responsibilities for
combine
now,
so as
and he said
within
to
a
go
team,
on. So for
we
now,
can
I've
get
been
all the
allocated
expertise,
to deal with the
that we
GBVF
need.
and
So
all the
for this
infrastructure
particular
and everything
operation,
related
not
to
to
it. And he
include
assured also the support for me
DPCI
in
as
order
a-
to be able to do that. He
as
also
mandated to deal with,
delegated to me
organized
to
crime.
deal with the integrated
It was
crime
because of the
and violence
background,
prevention
as I've
strategy,
explained, that
and
it's
see whether
stemming
it is
from
working or need
the
to be
Gauteng
changed.
Organized Crime
If it needs to be
Investigation
changed, to be able
which,
to do
because
that.
of a
The third
TRA
one,
and other reasons and
if you have
processes,
read
it
my
had to be
doctorate,
combined with,
I am
counterintelligence
specialized in
investigations.
technology.
We
Actually,
do,
my topic is factors that
as crime
impact
intelligence,
on e-government
we-
services in
we
government.
work
And
on
fortunately,
projects.
I chose the Department of
each and
Transport
every
and
project,
Community Safety as if
that
I
we
knew I was going
register
to be the deputy
will
minister.
have the
So
investigative capacity.
in our department,
So within a project
we're very
team,
backwards
there
in
will
terms of
be
technology.
crime intelligence
So he
operatives
sent me to
together
China
with organized
with,
crime, two
the
or
delegation.
three detectives that are working with our team.
I just
on
have the
each
name
and
here.
every project. So under normal
Major General
way of
Jessica
operating, we do
from
work with
DCPI
organized
because we
crime
wanted
and
to
DPCI
be able
in
to
our
check
crime
in terms of
intelligence
technology
projects.
in
But
all the
it's not
sectors what
the
we have
normal
and what we don't have.
policing
We
methodology.
also have
It's
Major
only
General
for now
Nobuela
done,
from the
even
DCPI
it's
were
done like that,
and you will
but we still
understand
have
why,
lots
because
of
they are dealing with
challenges
organized
because
crimes
of,
and crimes that
that
are
sense of
what
ownership,
this committee wants us to deal with.
of where
And
you
Brigadier
belong. But
Dubazan,
that is the
who is dealing with
ideal
technology
situation. But on
management
this
services in the
specific operation,
SAPS,
we
and then
opted to
Brigadier
use
Mdleni,
the
who's
tried
dealing
and
with
tested,
port
team that is
security, and
used
it's
to
mainly
this
based
methodology.
at the OSHIA, the OR Tambo,
I'm
and
not sure if you are
Brigadier
leaving this
Haint,
point.
who's the human resource
The question I
development.
have is,
And also,
General, how do
I
you
had to
ensure
present a paper to that
that
international forum in terms of the
PKTT
technology and how we can
GCI
use it to be able
and
to deal
Hawks
with
are
the
not
issue
investigating the
of
same subject
crime.
and
And
therefore
Interpol also was
do
part.
not
Remember, they had their
execute
conference
the
here,
takedown,
and then they were part
parallel
there,
takedowns
and
on
then
the
were
same
able
day,
to share
and
that
therefore
the crime you
your
have changed
paths
is
cross
in terms of your
and it results
cyber
in,
crimes and others. So how do we assist each
misunderstandings?
other to
In
be
other
able
words,
to
do you
do that? So
communicate with
those
the
are
likes
some
of
of the
the Hawks
responsibilities
and other
that the
divisions of
minister has
SAPS
given us.
when
And
you are
after coming
executing
back,
operations to
we had a
avoid
meeting where I
misunderstandings?
reported to him
That's
because
only
also
one
in
version
China,
of what we
I met
heard.
the minister
Other extremists,
of
of course, that it was
police,
interference.
just
But how
that
do
they
you
call
ensure
it
that those
security,
misunderstandings
others
do
in
not
China.
happen?
So I met him, and then I said to him,
Without
we would want to partner
maybe,
in terms of the technology, because
falling
they
into
took the
a
heads
trap
of delegations to see the technology
compromising
that
the
is used
operation.
by police there.
But
And it's very advanced. That's why
my
you don't
level
have crime,
and other
almost no
senior
crime in
officers,
China, even when they have a
we
population
sit,
of about 2
with,
billion. So they use
organized
the
crime and
technology to be
TPCI
able to do
in
that. So when I
normal
came back,
OCTA
we
meetings
sat down with
where
minister
all the
and
projects
the
are
deputy
discussed
minister, and then we
targets.
gave reports.
So,
And then I
as and when
suggested
the
that
investigations
the memorandum that
are
we had
discussed, then
spoke
that's
about
where we are
training
able to
of
pick up
detectives.
that
So
there
we
might
need to
be
include
parallel
the technology
investigation.
part, because
And
when you deal with
based on
technology, you can't just
the
advertise
threat,
it
if,
like
for
a tender
instance,
for catering.
in one of our
Because
projects,
it needs to be secured
some of our
and
targets
make
are
sure
from
that it can be
DPCI,
hacked and all
and
those
they
other
are
things. I
dealing
don't
with
want
the
to bore
same
you
project.
with technical
So
things of
we'll try
technology.
to-
So we gave a report to him,
avoid,
and then he
compromising
accepted the report,
that project
and then
by not,
we are going to write
working
a report
together,
to
but
the president
discussions,
to be able to suggest that we amend
persuasions, that
the
either
memorandum
it
to
becomes
include
the crime
technology.
intelligence
So
project.
it's very
That is why
supportive and
within
allow us
crime
to do
intelligence,
our work.
we
Thank you.
are allowed
you, Dr.
in
Bushra.
terms of the act
Sounds like you've been very
to have
busy.
counterintelligence investigation.
Almost,
My only day
almost
that is-
exhausting to hear you.
The only day that is, I can show you my diary. It's like
from
this
the
diary.
beginning up
So my
until the
only day
end.
that is
If,
free
for
is normally
instance,
Sundays.
then
Thank
it
you.
comes out that
And
the
it also
investigation
sounds like the
will
approach of
involve
the acting
either
minister
people from DPCI
is somewhat
or
different to
investigation or any other
Minister
environment
Mkhunu.
that is
Of course,
entrusted
it's
with
different human
investigations.
beings. Surely
So
you'll
we call
expect them
those
that they will
self-sufficient
have
projects
different
where
leadership
we will
styles.
do everything on our own up until we take the matter to court.
Now, talking about Minister Mkhunu,
This specific one,
Of course,
specific takedown and
this inquiry is mainly about the
interrogation of Matlala.
political killings task
There
team.
was no communication from your office to the Hawks. to
And
say
on the 31st of December 2024, Minister Mkhunu issued that directive.
It's one
so
of,
just to park
thank
it
you,
there,
Commissioner. It's one of those operations.
Did you know
where
about it?
we
Were
had
you,
to
were
safeguard
you informed
because
about it? When did you learn about it?
During our investigation and intelligence
discuss that.
collection, we had
Thank you very
picked
much,
up
sir.
that
I became
there
aware
might
of the
be
minister's
those
letter and
individuals
directive,
from
which was
DPCI
issued on the
environment
31st
that
of
are
December
involved.
2024,
So we,
while
we
it was
did not,
circulating in the social
have
media.
that discussion,
And I assumed it
with
was
the
fake.
environment, with DPCI
Until when the minister called me in the early
What do you mean by
January, around
involved?
6,
Thank
7,
you, Commissioner.
to inform me that the letter that was circulating
I'll make one
was not
example.
fake. He wrote it
Not sure
himself.
if it's still
I
coming
thanked him for
up further
clarifying
on
the
with my
state
statement.
of the
During our
status of the letter.
investigation,
And the minister further
it
confirmed
came out
before
that,
this committee that
there
he is the
is
author of
an
that letter.
individual,
Thank you
a
very much.
Zungu, that is from Tom's of
So what was your
DPCI,
reaction when you,
that is working.
did you
with
see the
cartel.
entire letter, which is SP2
Now,
to your statement? Did you see the
and
entire
other
letter
pieces of
on social
information
media,
that
or was it
point
sent to
towards
you?
That direction.
Did you receive
So
it? When did you
even
first see it?
before the takedown,
No, I
we had-
didn't.
we
It was
had
not sent
that
to me.
red
If you
flag
can look at the letter,
that we need to protect
there's no
this
CC
investigation
deputy ministers or
against,
CC whatever. It was
DPCI,
just a letter
if I
addressed
may
to the
put it.
national commissioner by the minister.
General,
So it was not
let's
sent
just
to
go
me.
back to
As
the
I said, I
original
saw it in
question
the
asked by
social
Commissioner
media,
Khumalo.
and I
When
just
you
thought it
share
was a fake
information,
letter. So
as
until
agencies,
the minister,
Is it as
called me and
specific?
said
Do you share
it
as
is not
specific
fake,
as to
he
say
wrote the letter.
We are going to be
In terms of
conducting a takedown
how
on
I
this day on this
I
individual. What is the
felt,
detail of information that you
I was
shared?
a little bit
thank
disappointed.
you, Commissioner. when
that
it comes to
I thought we
take
were working
down,
together.
take down,
And
it's very
before
close
you could
because it's
take
the
out the
last
letter,
step
I've read
of
all the letters,
operation.
the letter, all of it.
It
And I thought
it has to,
it
or
could
normally
have,
involves
as deputy
those
ministers,
people that were
maybe
part of the
you know,
initial
discussed it with us,
stages
but
of
maybe
the
as the
operation.
executive authority,
It does not
he
come
felt
out
that
that
he
during
didn't want to
the
discuss it
takedown
with me.
phase,
But I was
we
disappointed.
have now
yes.
to widen the scope.
And then you
and brief,
expressed no view on
almost everybody. That is during
his
takedown.
authority to issue such a
But
directive or the
during the
lawfulness of
initial
the letter.
stages of the operation,
As I said, maybe because
under
it's
normal circumstances,
executive
there will
authority,
be
he used that to do
representatives
that. And
from each of the required
I think he had powers to
field
use,
of
to
expertise
issue
to
the
be
letter,
part of the
and he
project
used it
team.
accordingly.
And even that will
And
be
subsequent
closed
to
the project team members only.
before
But during the
move on that
the
aspect,
evaluation session,
there was a meeting
where
on the 21st of November.
all environments
between
are
you,
there to
Deputy Minister
evaluate
Batali, and
all
Minister
operations,
Mkhunu,
even the sharing of information there. The
where
lead
where the
of each project will come
political
and
killing
present the
stars team was
progress,
referenced.
to us,
You remember that meeting?
so as then we can advise.
Yes, I remember the
and-
meeting,
and
but it was
assess
not
if the
discussed
project
like
is
it
progressing
fully.
well, but it's not.
It was just
the
in
sharing
passing.
of,
Remember, I did not
tactical
even know
and
what their
operational
operations
information.
are and what
So
are they
there
doing,
is
because
no stage.
we were still busy
that
calling
talks to that.
different
But if it
sections
happens
to brief us,
that
including
there
the
are
entities.
targets
So
that
I
are at a
did not
particular
necessarily
level,
know about it, and we did not
in a
discuss
particular
it in
environment
details.
that are part of
Did
the
you
target.
know or were you aware of the interministerial committee
Informally and indirectly,
established
so
by the
there can
president
be a discussion
May 2018,
between, for instance, myself
and where
the
the
head
Minister
of DPCI
of Police
to say
played
on
a
this
prominent
project
role?
we will be limiting our
Yes, I saw it
briefing
when
as well
it
as
was
our
presented in
information
the
sharing,
portfolio
because we
committee
have some
the 5th of
the
March,
target in this space,
by
but
General
that talks
Khumalo,
to also
when he took
trust
us through
issues,
the background
between
and why
the
it was formed
the two principals
and
or
the
amongst
successes.
principals in this space.
So that's the 5th of March this year,
Thank you,
2025.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
So prior to that, you
If I can
weren't
just
aware of the
continue with
interministerial
this,
committee?
No.
just a little further, because you
And you obviously never attended any
referred to
of those
a
meetings,
captain
No, sir.
from
because
Tonks,
sometimes the
who
minister
you said was
can't
working with the
attend
criminal
and one of the
syndicate.
deputies would
Uh,
stand in.
And
No, sir.
what
The
my
only
question
time
is,
that we
when
discuss
you get
about
this
it shortly,
information,
it was when we were dealing with the
you
organizational
informed
structure.
that there
And then
is a member
saying
of
in terms of the matters
whether
that we
it's
see increasing,
whoever
how
the member
best
is, a
can
member
we
of,
be able to come out with a strategy or a
police
structure,
service.
a permanent structure to deal with
Who
this.
is
So that was
implicated
the
in
only
this?
one. So I never attended
Do you
any
report that? Do you
meeting
investigate
of the
it?
PTY
What
or
happens? What
the-
happened to
the
this
IMC.
person, Captain Zungu, for example?
Now, just looking at
Thank you, Commissioners.
the letter of the
The
31st of
stages of
December 31
intelligence processing,
SB2,
they will start with the
you'll see it
receiving
deals with three
of information.
items, three
which
categories:
is
filling
not
of posts in the intelligence
intelligence
division,
yet.
ports of
And then
entry,
it will be put
and then the
through
political
the
killings
process
task
and,
team.
of confirming it, involving the profiles, the lifestyle.
Have you got
activity,
any
and
views
other,
on
unconventional methods?
whether these three
of
areas or any one of the
intelligence
three areas falls within the
that will
executive
take
authority
you
or should
to
fall under
the stage
the operational
where
authority
then
of
you
the
decide
National Commissioner?
that we need to launch
My
now
understanding of the
a-
work of
a
government
fully
since I've been
fledged,
here and also been
investigation on
an
this
official
particular subject.
until a
So
chief,
in this
chief director
example
level
that I've
and
cited,
then executive
we had
also in the
received
parastatal.
information
Is that
which was
in
still
terms
in
of
the
the
process of being-
accounting
and
officer
it was not
and the
far
executive
away
authority,
from the takedown
you know,
date.
they are interfaced
As
and
then,
are expected
the
to work
takedown
together.
came,
So
and
the
then it
executive authority will deal with
passed,
strategic
and then
issues
we
from
continued
cabinet,
with
from parliament
investigation,
and others.
and then,
The accounting
during the-
officer will deal with the implementation in terms of that. So
the raid
my
and the
understanding is
confiscation
that
of a cell phone
the two
from,
should have met and be able
Mr.
to
Matlala
discuss
on the 6th of
issues
July.
that were raised in that
The cell
letter,
phone that
rather
we
than
found,
start writing letters
was
to each other.
having,
And to say also they were together,
It was having the particular individual
we were doing the
located on
operation
safe
of the safer
in the cell phone,
security, so they
of
should have
Mr. Matlala
discussed
and-
it
and-
because I
and
think
some calls,
they said they were
which
together
was
until the
then a
28th
step
of
up
December
of
when they attended a
the
funeral
information that
of
we had
one
received
police
prior.
officer.
So it's
In
still
terms
an
of the
ongoing
feeling, the other one I think
investigation.
I've
I'm citing it as an
I've-
example
I've,
as I'm going to
answered.
dwell now
In terms
on
of the feeling of
interference,
post in the
during that
intelligence
I got that,
division.
but can I just clarify
The
something? You
minister
said 6th
halted the
July.
filling of
You
posts
said the phone that
immediately
you got
until
from Mr. Matlala on
substantive
the 6th of
discussions
July. So that
between
was
himself
after
and
his
the
arrest
national
in May.
commissioner take
Yes.
place.
Um,
I thought
so
the
was this the
minister
phone
should
he
have
had
provided
while he
reasons
was in
In
prison?
prison.
to the
Yes,
national
commissioners,
commissioner
we had
why
three
the process should be
encounters
halted
with, Mr.
and what he
Matlala.
expects
The first
him to
one
bring
was
when
the
they
6th,
meet so that
and
they
then
can
the
unblock
second one
whatever
was
was
the
there
6th of
and then move forward.
December. The
In
second
terms of
one
the
was
ports of
14th
entry,
May,
in
and then
relation to this matter,
at a small scale,
the minister's directives
operation in
were
prison
reasonable
was on the
because it gave
6th of
sufficient
July.
time to the national commissioner
Thank you.
to prepare
So,
a comprehensive report
Let's go back to
at the end
the
of
Hawks.
January
My
2025.
question was,
So the
first of
concerns
all,
of
you
the
were
ministers
were
were
you
also
getting
clear
briefed?
in the letter.
Um,
So that will be
getting
my
progress
take on
updates of the
letter-
operation on the
letter
day.
in terms of the items there.
So,
Thank you.
so
Thank you,
essentially,
Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
you would have
As,
dealt with this in a
an
much
overall,
more
we use
consultative,
that term,
collaborative
in our operations,
way.
For each and every
How
operation,
we should be able
an
to work
overall
together
commander,
because
who
when
will continuously
the president
get the-
appoint a minister
the situation
and also
reports
the appoint
and
the head
advise
of
the
institution at the national
operational
level.
commanders on the ground.
These two offices must be
I
able
was
to work together.
receiving
There is no way in which
continuous,
they cannot work together.
situation
Unfortunately, it just depends on the
throughout
leadership style
the
of the people
operations,
that have to
even
be.
the-
And sometimes
the
you need to
flyover
compromise and understand that it's
of
not
the
personal,
helicopter.
but it's
I
about the
was
work that
even
needs to be
receiving
done.
the
So there is
video
an
footages
interface
as
between
it's
the two
as it's
offices. They
happening.
can't work without
So
each
as
other.
then I'm able to activate
Now,
the
you-
analysis department to
After
continue
the minister
profiling,
called you in
identification
early
of the
January
craft, and
to
as you
confirm
get
that
the
that
information
was his
goes to the
directive
overall
and he
commander,
drafted it, he
you
wrote it.
support the team
Were there
on the
any
ground
further
with your support staff that is
exchanges or
behind. So in
interactions or
this
meetings
operation, I was
with the minister in relation to this?
So we,
Especially the
as
political
Commission's
killing
already
task team
heard evidence
issue?
that there was a person who called.
No, but the
Hawks,
problem
called,
or the issue with the letter is that
the
it
head
was
of the Hawks
already
at the
sent
time.
to the national commissioner, and it
do
was
you know the
addressed
person
only to
who
the
made
national
this call?
commissioner. So, if he had sought,
on the
input
day
from me
of
as the
the
deputy
takedown,
minister, I should have done. So it was no use for me to even
could not
ask
be
to do
able
some
to
input because
identify,
the letter was out already,
but as
and he
to
confirmed
identify the
that
caller.
it is not a
But
fake letter.
as the
So
investigation
I did
was
not and
progressing,
had the opportunity to do
we
that.
managed then to narrow
And
the
then
scope
you
towards the
it was an online meeting, the one on the
final
5th of March before the
identification of
police portfolio
caller
committee.
or as
So
to
you were
the
in that
activation
meeting and you also
of
heard
the Hawks,
Lieutenant
either
General
to
Kumalo
be
make a
part of
presentation
operation,
about the political
against
killings task team.
the lawful operation.
Yes, sir,
that
I was
we
in the
were
meeting,
conducting.
and I must confess
Maybe
that
to
it was the
get
first time
to
I had a
the-
full
And who was that
report
person?
of what the task team was
The
all
person,
about,
so far,
its successes,
all our
its
information
budgets,
is
and
pointing
what is doing.
towards
Yes,
a
I was in
Mr.
that meeting.
Mtetwa, who, according to our investigation,
What impression
is
did you
the
get
one
from
who activated
hearing the
call, but I'll
presentation?
get to the further
Let me not,
explanation as to what led us
say anything
to
because
that,
it's a
identification,
crime
as
intelligence
I
issue.
explained.
But
the
if
whole,
the commission want me
interference as per
to
my-
write what I think
Go,
should
go,
be
go
done,
ahead.
I
That
will.
was where I began, was to explain
Thank you,
why
sir.
you call it interference.
And then
So maybe before
you
I
also
even
heard,
get to the interference,
Lieutenant General
one is
Mkhwanazi
looking
express
at
some
the common
strong views in
denominator.
that meeting, isn't it?
The first operation was
Yes, sir.
The
What was your
execution
reaction to
of
that?
arrest warrant of Mr. Molefe,
Oh.
which takes which
I was
took
very
place,
surprised because
before
I must say to
the-
you,
the one
coming
at,
to the
Matara's
SAPS,
house. But
including
one
the
common
entities,
denominator,
I work very well with
that
everybody.
one needs to flag.
From the National
is
Commissioner,
on
actually
both
some of the
these
issues, the
operations,
dates and everything
the
that I
name
did
of
not
the
remember
Minister
very
of
well.
Police
The National
was
Commissioner was the one
either
assisting me.
dropped,
So I work with
in
the
the
National
form of
Commissioner,
name
and some of
dropping,
the responsibilities
by
that I do,
the
you know,
individuals,
we work together, or he will
against
ask
whom
me if the
the
minister is not
operations were-
available. The case in point is when we were dealing with the three
targeted.
officers from Bloemfontein that were taken by the water in the Hanover, in Pretoria. If you have seen, we were there with the family because the National Commissioner called me, said, DM, where are you? I said, I'm around in Pretoria. He said, the family is here. Can you come and assist me? And then we went there. Yes, it was a painful
Thank you,
thing, but
Commissioner.
I
I
was
was
with
coming
him.
to-
And I asked
to
him
the
because everybody
explanation
was
now
crying
as to what
and he was like strong.
we mean by
And I said,
activation as
you know, you are very strong. And why? He said, no, one of us have to
during
think
that
about what is
operation
happening.
was-
So we worked
was
together
moving
very
on.
well.
Maybe
And
if
we
the
buried them,
commissioners
we were
can allow me
together,
to
we did the
finalize that
memorial, we
point
were
of the
together.
name dropping,
The national,
which is something that
the
was a
deputy
common
national commissioners
denominator,
also, and the acting
please-
work together.
please continue.
The divisional commissioners work
During
together.
the two
Executive
operations,
director of IPIT
the
work together
evidence
very
has
well.
been
And then the
presented,
DG of the civilian secretariat,
in this
and also the
commission
CEO of
as to
SIRA,
the
and
dropping
everybody.
of the
So
name
in terms
at
of
the
working with the
operation,
management,
it's only first,
including the provincial commissioners,
placed
they would have even
by
programs
the
now
close
and
protector
ask the
or driver
national commissioner to send
colleague,
me. Recently,
who
in
then
2 weeks,
asked one
I
of
was
our
in
members as
Mpumalanga,
to are they aware
Elukwatini,
that,
having
Mr.
Mbizo there
Molefe
with the
is a
chief
close
and other
friend of the
things.
minister.
And then I was
And
also
also
in Tlatlaganyane,
later
in
on
the northwest,
in the operation
dealing with
at
some
Matala's place, Mr.
and
Matala himself indicated that
the national commissioner
you
and the
guys
provincial
disturbed
commissioners
my diary.
were working together.
I
So
was
when
supposed to go and meet
General
the Minister of Police.
Mukwanazi said those things in the
Now
meeting,
you are here.
I was a little
So-
bit
so- so
surprised
that
because
was
we had
the
meetings
common
and he
denominator that I
didn't
was
raise those
referring
things
to.
in the
Now,
meetings that we
going
normally have.
then to
as,
the-
Sorry, General, just
subs.
to clarify,
Thank you,
that
sir.
was the evidence of witness C.
Yes.
And then on the
Thank you.
Then
on the
going
s-
to
on the 6th of July,
between paragraph 112
we
and
even more surprised when
124 of
there
my
was a
statement,
media
where we're
briefing
looking at the
by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi.
so-called by even myself in
Yes,
my
sir.
affidavit.
I was
as
surprised. Actually, I
interference.
didn't even see it until
in
somebody
my
phoned
view,
me and said, "What is
now,
happening? Are you
in my
watching
view
TV?"
now,
And I said,
this
"No,
was
no,
a clear
I like reading
obstruction
more
of justice
than watching TV." He said, "No, I'm
and-
reading."
and
And then he said,
defeating
"Watch
the
the
ends of
TV."
justice.
And then when I switched
by
on the TV, there I see
DPCI
General
officers,
Mkhwanazi, and I was surprised.
JMPD officer
Yes.
Did,
Mogatwe and Sergeant
Did
Fani
Minister
Nkosi
Mkhunu,
of Detective Services
speak
in
to you
the
about
office of the
what
Lieutenant
Lieutenant General
General
Mkhwanazi said on the
head
6th of
office?
July
I'll
subsequently?
then unpack that.
No, sir, but we
what
had
is
a
referred
meeting.
to as
I think
interference in my affidavit,
the national
but,
commissioner said it, and
my
I think
view
also the
is
minister
it's
said
a
it.
clear,
We had a meeting, the four of us, the two
obstruction of
deputy
and
ministers, the
defeating
minister,
of justice.
and the national commissioner. We, as deputy
Starting with,
ministers, let me
the-
talk about myself. As
the
deputy
events,
ministers, we raised a concern
at,
to say we think the minister and the national
Molife's
commissioner
residence during the
are not
operation,
talking as
of
much
which
as they
then,
should, and as a result, it
witness
frustrates
A
us
and B,
and also
including
frustrate
including
other
Captain
senior
One,
managers.
they
And we
have,
ask them to sit down and sort
presented
whatever
in
it is,
details.
so that we
But
can
the
be able
first-
to work.
the
And
first
indeed,
incident
they
that
took our
talks to the
advice. But
obstruction,
also we raised another concern
as
that we're
I've
observing,
indicated
that
with our
they also
operation,
need to meet
we
with
move-
DNC
we
Sibia
move
and Lieutenant
stages.
General
we
Mkhwanazi,
plan for the
and then
operation
sort
and we
everything
stick to the
out so
plan.
that we can be
So
able to
when
work
we
together.
were at the
And
initial stage
I think they
of
met.
the operation that includes a lot of
Actually, they met
surveillance, that
with the
includes a lot of
national commission, the minister and the
scouting,
national
that includes
commissioner,
a lot
and
of
also
other covert,
DNC Sibia and Lieutenant General
intelligence
Mkhwanazi, because
methodologies
if you remember in
happened
that statement of the 6,
Mr.
he
Molefe
said they
activated
met,
the
but
JMPD
he
officer
doesn't
Mohale
work with criminals,
to
something like
come
that. But
and
it means the meeting takes place
confirm
because
what
as
he was
leaders who could see
suspecting,
there was a problem, it was going to
around
affect
his
us.
house.
Thank you.
Okay.
That also happens to a person who's familiar with our methodologies. We try by all
It is
means
not
when
attached
we
to
do
your
our work,
statement, but
not to
in our consultation,
be noticed. But the mere fact
we showed
that
you
Mr. Molefe
a WhatsApp message
noticed our pre-operation
that,
activities. It talked to him being familiar
was
and
sent
working
to you,
closer
so
with
you
our
can
own
confirm
people
receiving it
that
from,
will then be able to confirm
General Sabia, Lieutenant General
that
Sabia,
something
on the
might be
16th of
coming.
October.
So
So it's not that
It-
the criminals
it
are
just says good
outsmarting,
afternoon
it's that they're getting
DM. So
information
one
from
wasn't
sources
sure
inside.
whether it's a
Yeah.
reference to Deputy Minister.
Hence, even during
Matali
my
or to
first
yourself.
part of testimony,
is that a
I
reference to you?
indicated the
Yes, sir.
very selective type
So
of
this is about
recruitment
the
by
the crime intelligence
the
procurement of
syndicates.
new spyware
They
equipment.
recruit those people
So
that
just
would
talk to us
avail,
about this WhatsApp
to
that
their
you received, and
operations. So hence then
what was your
even
reaction?
our
What did you do about it?
environment,
Thank you very much,
of
sir. I
intelligence
received,
community
it was forwarded,
is not spared during
this
that. So
WhatsApp
one will
from
take that,
DNC Sibia
they will get
on the
that
16th
in-service
of
training
October
or
to me,
assistance
talking about,
by
should I
those
read
people
it
that are
or
working
just
for the
say,
cartel.
talking
Hence,
about what
I'm touching on
the
this
procurement
first
of the
and
spy
initial
equipment
part
of 30 million,
obstructing
and
the
that
ends of
the
justice,
minister
because that was
did not approve it,
tampering
and
with our
and
operational
also the
plan.
National Commission.
When then
So it was forwarded that
Mr.
time. I did
Mokate
not
was-
comment. Oh, the
was
comments
activated
that
to come and
DNC
verify
Sibia wrote
and confirm
was the
if
first one.
indeed
He said
the
DM should
activities,
take note of the above
in the
exercise
vicinity,
and
were talking to
exercise vigilance
possible police
with any
operation,
type of
which
electronic
he
communication, such
successfully
as cell
did
phones,
and
emails,
gave
etc.
feedback,
So it was like they are buying this
Mr.
equipment to
Molefe.
back
So,
me.
Mr. Molefe,
And the second
when
one
the
he said,
operation started, phase
Mr.
two,
Matebula has also
had
been
already
briefed
got
in terms
the
of
confirmation
ANC leadership.
that
Mr.
the
Matebula
operation is
is
on
the head
its
of
way,
security of the
because he
African National
happened
Congress.
then
Both
to-
WhatsApp were
He
forwarded,
happened then to
not
get an
necessarily
expert
from
that is
him.
having systems
Then he
on the cell
forwarded
phone
another one,
to
because I
verify
didn't
and
respond
confirm
firstly.
whatever
He forwarded
that is
another one,
suspicious around and
which
give
says
the feedback,
my suggestion
of
that
which,
he should
according
commit
to
the National
our
Commissioner to this.
information, he
He needs to come
did,
out and say whether he
give
knows about it or
feedback
not.
to Mr.
He must
Molefe.
also investigate,
And
and
just
if
for
yes,
the
why was the
record,
minister not
Chair,
informed? And I must
the
say,
affidavit of
SC, that the
Officer
reason why I
Makate
didn't
is
respond
contained in
is
the
because
annexures
you know
at
that ministers don't
SDK
deal with
22.
procurement issues. It's the National Commissioner
Page
as the
196.
accounting officer that deal with a procurement issue. So I didn't respond to it because I
General
didn't
Khumalo,
believe that
you're
a person
familiar
of
with
that
that
caliber, the
affidavit?
DNC,
Yes, I
doesn't
am,
know the
Commissioner.
difference
And what
that,
essentially
between
does
the
Officer
accounting
Mokate
officer
say in
and the
that
executive of
Officer
authority
Mokate
in
is
terms of the
confirming
SCM issues. But then,
most,
because
if
I
not
was a
all,
little bit worried,
of what
I forwarded
we have made
on the same
up
day
of
the
his
two
activities
to the National
during
Commission.
that day, and
the National
the-
Commissioner phoned me
the
and said,
affidavit
DM,
that
this
we
is not
got
true.
from him
people want to bring,
assisted us to
friction
confirm
between us because they
most
see
of
us
the
working well
information
together.
that
But
we
he
had
said,
picked up,
he assured me and said, I'm going to
and
make sure
also
that
other
I'm going to
affidavits
investigate this
that we
and give you a
collected
report.
then when
Indeed,
we were doing
he
that quick
investigated the matter,
investigation,
and then he
because,
involved
for
the
instance,
neutral
one outstanding thing
intelligence,
might be
NICOC,
in his
and then
affidavit, he
SSA,
is
and then
indicating
he
that,
then sent me a message
he was
to say he has investigated
he
it
was
and
busy
dealt
with
with
his
it, and I was fine with it.
routine work around the area. But
And-
then the
and
affidavit.
subsequent to
by
that, you didn't
the
receive any
immediate
further
supervisor
WhatsApp
was he was
messages
off
from
sick
General
that
Sibiya?
day, not working. So,
I did not.
So
Because I
after
also
doing
informed him
whatever
that I'm
he
sending
did, for
all
Mr.
these messages
Molefe and
to the
giving
National
feedback,
Commission.
Then he says he continued with his patrols that are irrelevant.
Why do you think he forwarded
based on
this
the affidavits by the
WhatsApp to you, or these
the
WhatsApps to you?
immediate supervisors that we
I
wanted.
would not know,
them
but
to
like I said,
confirm.
the first message
Also,
was that
he's confirming
DM,
the,
be careful
the abuse
of your
the
electronics
systems,
and whatever.
that are
And
used
to
then
tell you the
verify,
truth, I'm saying the way we're
information
working
during
together,
investigations and
I never thought
intelligence,
in my
processing,
life that the National
in terms
Commissioner
of,
and his team
vehicles,
would want to
in
back
terms of,
my telephones and
people.
emails or any
And
other thing.
this can go as far as maybe
And of course, it is not.
touch on it.
Sorry,
We,
sorry.
May we take
in the
Honorable
intelligence
Nomvalo and Honorable
environment, we
Skosana?
use a lot of
Okay, Honorable.
covert
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
resources. Now,
I just
for
need
a
some
person
clarification.
to be
DM,
able to link
did
a
the
covert
National
source
Commissioner share with
with
you the outcomes of the
police,
investigation? When he said
it
to
will
you,
need a person
I have
who's very
investigated the matter.
as to how
Did it end there,
around
or he went further
and
to say, I
detect
investigated
that,
it,
of
and
which then,
these are the
Mr.
outcomes?
Mokgatle successfully did.
Okay. So just to close this, to confirm, Mr.
Chair, I know the
Mokgatle
rules.
said that
I can't
he,
go on without
um,
you giving me the papers.
obtained
I forgot that you were my speaker
ownership
at the
of those
legislature.
vehicles outside
Okay,
Mr. Molefe's
Honorable
house.
DM, you may respond.
And that was the way
Thank you very
he
much.
was
Yes,
assisting
yes, he
Mr. Molefe.
responded and
Is
said
that right? And he also confirmed
the
in his
softwares
affidavit that
were
he's
not
very close
bought,
to Mr.
and there was nothing like that.
That's correct.
And then he said to me, the
And then
matter was
moving
closed.
on to the
Yes,
point
you can
that
tell me.
I've touched a little bit, that talks to the information about a Zungu that we had received
So we may
before the
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
interference day, the 6th
Honorable Deputy
of
Minister,
December, which was during May 2024, way before the 6th of December.
So it sounds to
when,
me, and just for your comment, that
Major General Shibiri
although it
informed,
wasn't,
our witness,
when one often
that
gets a
the
message,
people
you'll see
that they
forwarded.
were
So
investigating,
it's not from that
having lots of
person
money,
originally, it's from
are
someone
linked
else who had
with
forwarded
officers
a message.
from
And sometimes
the
it says
tombs
forwarded
of
many
the
times.
Hawks.
That you can't even forward
And
it to
he
someone else because
specifically
it's
mentions a
sort of
Zungu.
exhausted.
So
But
that is the information
was
that
it-
we
was it,
received
do you think it was
before
some mischief making on the
6th of
part of
December.
General
Now,
Sibiya to forward
we then
what appears to be quite a
package
provocative
belongs, and we
WhatsApp
processing
to you?
it as we move along with the
To
investigation.
tell you the truth,
I am touching it at this stage,
I
so as
did
when
not
I
want
get
to believe that.
the high
Because
level.
remember, I
take
just
it
came
that I won't
in,
have
I
to
did not
dive
know
deep
him. So
in
I
terms
wanted
of
to give him the benefit of the
activities,
doubt.
by
Actually,
Toms and
can I
Hawks
read
on the 6th, because
what
there
the
is a lot of
National
evidence
Commissioner
that has
responded
been
also?
led here.
It
That
will
I'm-
be assisting
I'm
Yeah,
touching
please
on
do.
this
member.
Thank you.
So as when I
Okay,
get
thank you.
to the high-level
The
summary
National
of what
Commissioner
happened on the
responded
day,
and said,
we
even in
link it
DM,
with the
the
information that
circulating
we had
messages
received
about the
months
CI having
before
procured
that
Aspire
talks to
Wire over the weekend
Toms
by
and
DIFCOM and
the,
CFO
and the Hawks,
interface. That's the
that
one
then
I
informs
did.
my
I sent it to
view
him.
of
These officers
this not
were
just
already
being
out of office last
interference,
weekend.
but being
If ever
the
there is such,
obstruction
it would
and
have been
defeating of
procured
justice.
by those who were out
And
of
we're
the
gonna end up
country,
with
which is
Mr.
none
Mthethwa
of
at
the
some point
above.
there.
Somebody who wants to find a reason to arrest
Then,
them again.
so with
Let's not
that,
fall
then,
into this trap.
from
I
our
can,
side,
however,
that
ask the matter to
we
be
had-
investigated by
privy
NICOC
to the
or
May
DI,
information
somebody neutral,
and
but I
other
need
activities
detailed briefing
that we had
by the
already
source. Thanks.
conducted after receiving that information in May,
So certainly according
confirming,
to,
So,
So-
I'm sorry.
attempting
You-
to
you-
identify others.
As
because
I was saying,
the
so I
statement
wanted to
was-
give the DNs, because I did not know him. I met him there. I wanted to give him the
Mr.
benefit of the doubt
Molefe
and not
the
rush
people
into
that
judging
the
him.
team was
Thank you.
investigating were linked with officers from
then just
Tom's and
coming
Hawks
to-
Let's see,
with specific
may we take
reference.
Honorable Sangwe.
So we had to do a lot of
Sorry, SC,
other
I know
spade
you
work
don't like to be
to try
interrupted,
and
sorry.
confirm that
No, I just need
statement
clarity
that is,
on the good
from
morning,
May up
Honorable
to
Deputy Minister. Clarity
now,
in
because
the
it did not
response.
stop on
Maybe
the
we can be
6th
furnished
of
with that
December.
response from the
So
National
it
Commission.
was not
But
a
did you
real
say that
surprise,
he's saying that
for
they're
us,
trying to get the
what
DivCom
on
CFO
the 6th,
arrested again? Is this
when
the CFO
then
that
there
was
were
arrested
members
with
from
Lieutenant
the
General
Hawks,
Kumar?
including Tom's
Yes, remember he
in
was
Mr.
talking about the
Molefi's
CI.
premises during our
The CI is the
operation
crime intelligence.
based
Yes.
on
So it
that
would be the people who were
information that
arrested with.
we
Okay,
had
thank you very
received.
much.
Thank you very much.
General.
Advocate.
Do you hold this view of obstruction of justice?
Thank you, and thank you,
Against,
Honorable Member Sangoni, for that, seeking that clarity.
The members of the Hawks.
So just to conclude on that there seemed to be some ulterior, sinister motive behind copying you.
Do you hold
This
it as
WhatsApp.
against perhaps people much higher up?
Say, I'm still saying,
Let's leave
as
aside,
I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt because
those
I
who
don't know
actually
him
arrived on
very
the
well.
day. Do you hold that view against them? I'll tell you
So,
why I'm asking.
Deputy Minister, just in terms of some
I
concluding,
understand
Sorry, SC.
sorry,
the offense of
Yeah, just for
obstruction
the
of
record,
justice.
I never also discussed
To
these
have
messages with him, with the
as
DNCCB.
a mental
I only forwarded to the National
Intent.
Commissioner and got response from the
Not
National
negligence.
Commissioner. Just for the record, I never discussed these
So
messages.
would you say
And I think just
all
for the
of those
record, your
officers who arrived there and who
the way you
on
dealt
my
with us was
understanding of
entirely
evidence,
proper and
went
correct,
there on
that you wouldn't
the
get
instructions
embroiled
of senior
in
officers.
matters of this nature.
So would you
I think
say
your evidence was
those
that this was in any case beyond
level
your sort of
and
job description, and certainly the minister wouldn't become involved in matters of this nature.
obstruction of
Yes, sir.
justice? If you do, on what basis do you do so?
Can we just deal with some
Thank you,
comments you
thank you,
make
Chair.
in your
when
concluding
the
remarks?
when we round off the investigation, preparing then to process
From paragraph
the matter
48
forward
onwards,
for
do you want to
prosecution,
comment?
that is the
make some
time
comments
where
there?
we will be able then
Yes,
to,
sir. Thank you very much.
to bounce
In terms of
actions
my
and
thinking is that
activities by each individual.
I don't know. I know other people don't think
this
this ad hoc committee is not important. But for me,
for now,
it is very important. And I'm stating the reason why I think it is relevant and
information
important.
is talking
I
to
think the work of
activities.
this ad hoc
So
committee
they might, if
must
I may
lead
make, if I may make
to
an
a
example,
SAPS
there
that is
might
not only
be
effective, but
a
is trusted.
person who
And
had
based on the
intent
evidence
of
that have
defeating
been presented
the cause of justice who
before-
was not
before
at the
you,
scene, but who
by the
played a
minister,
role.
the National
And then
Commissioner,
within
the
a
DNC,
vehicle,
and
there
the
might be
provincial
2 or 3
commissioner.
people that
I believe that
were at
trust
the scene
will
of
be
crime,
built on
and
3 pillars.
maybe
The
one
first
of
one
them,
being the
did
pillar
not have
of
the
lawful
intent,
process,
but then 2
where the roles
had-
of the
had
executive,
intent.
the accounting
So the final
officers,
stages
and bodies
of
like the IMCs
investigation
are
then will
understood,
clearly give us
respected,
the picture.
and not
So at this
circumvented.
stage, you are referring
And also the
to
second one,
the Hawks as a
the
collective,
pillar of
not
internal
necessarily
accountability,
individuals.
where decisions
That
are
is
made
correct.
transparently within the ministry, utilizing the full capacity
So
of
moving
deputy
on
ministers.
to the
And the third
issue
one,
of,
the pillar
how
of
far we are
external
in terms
oversight,
of the
where bodies
identification of
like the
activator.
IPIT and Parliament itself, including
According
the
to
portfolio
reports
committees and the
that
standing
we
committees,
received from
itself
the day
are
of the
empowered to
operation,
hold the police accountable
and also
without
our
fear
follow-up,
or favor. The allegations that brought us here
we did
as-
is that
are a
Mr.
symptom of the failure of these pillars.
Boy
That is according to me.
Mthethwa
And your recommendations
is the
as
one
this ad hoc
who
committee
activated
can be the blueprint for the
involvement of
revitalization
the Hawks.
and restoration
Why
of
we
SAPS.
say so, it's because
And let us ensure that the outcome of
he
this
was not
process
within the
is a
premises.
police service
So
that
when
command
then
public
he
trust,
arrived,
because we have a deficit in that regard
based on
and
our
respect,
methodology
which will follow when the
of,
SAPS itself
operation,
consistently
I think,
demonstrate
during my
respect
initial,
for the constitution, rule of law,
testimony,
and the
we
people
played
itself.
a short video
Furthermore,
of our
restoring
very
public
minor
confidence and
operation,
trust
which
in
is,
SAPS will require
compliance
vigorous
inspections
interventions
in, Kurt
to
Matlala's
promote
offices.
principled
And
leadership
we saw
and strict
how we
adherence
approach
to
each and every
constitutional
operation.
and procedural
It's the
governance.
combat,
As you
that
know,
will
SC,
clear the target
in terms
for
of the priorities
experts
of
to
this
come
government,
and do their
we
work.
fall in the third one,
neutralize
where we
the
want to build a capable,
I was trying to avoid
ethical,
it,
and a democratic
Chair, who will neutralize
leadership.
the target.
So the
as,
events
it
surrounding the
makes
disbandment
environment
of the
conducive
PKTT
for
serve as a
the-
case study
The experts
on how not to
to
manage
do
a
their
critical
work.
national
So,
institution. Maybe I'm
in
an
this
academic.
operation,
That's why I'm writing
the
like
same
that.
You're writing a
happened.
thesis now.
When then
We
the
must do better
target-
to uphold the
If I
constitutional
talk
governance
to the target,
of the
we
SAPS.
don't normally
It
refer
seems
to a
constructive
person.
consultation
The
between the
target is
executive
from
and the
the
accounting
gate or from
officer
the vicinity.
and respect of the mandates
Whatever that will-
of cross-departmental
will demarcate
structures
as a
like the
target,
IMC
the space
must
that
be
we must
compulsory.
own during
Therefore,
the operation. It
there
will
is an
refer to
urgent
as a
need
target. Now,
to implement also
when the
digital
target
docket
was
management,
neutralized
body cameras,
using that way
and
with the
data-driven
permission of the
policing
chair.
to reduce
Then-
opportunities
that's when then
for
Mr.
interference
Mthethwa
and
came
increase public
and,
accountability.
attempted
Remember our
then
mandate in terms of
to
205
cross over the
in the
red tape,
Constitution.
the demarcated,
It's about
neutralized
really
space.
the safety
And
of our community,
He
but
tried
also
to introduce
protecting
himself
the
as a
sovereignty
brother to
of our
Molefe.
country.
Still, that
So
did
this
not
committee's work
because it does
is,
not
vo-
work.
is a
Because you
pivotal
cannot
opportunity
make the
to
targets
reaffirm
sterile,
these principles.
and you
I always
also
say you'll
contaminate
be able to
it.
assist us to reset the
Whoever
party.
or whatever that attempts
I
to
trust your
contaminate the
recommendation
target
will guide
have to
us
wait
towards a
until
police
we are
service
done.
that is both
So
effective
that
in its
that
duties
excuse or
and truly
request
accountable
was
to
not
the people of
successful.
South Africa. The
of
people of South Africa need SAPS which can tackle corruption without fear or favor, protect whistleblowers, and ensure that oversight bodies like IPT are truly independent,
And then,
even if they get
that's when
their
then he
allocation
indicated
from
that he will
SAPS.
call the
They
Hawks
need
to
to
come.
be independent. And police must work hand in hand
that is
with
the first
communities,
part that
restoring
talks to
confidence
why
through
we are
visibility,
moving towards
respect,
identifying
and
him as
cooperation.
the
And lastly,
activator
the
of
modernization of
the
the
Hawks.
systems,
Was he
embracing
the
technology,
Hawks?
and
Sorry,
rewarding
making a
excellence
call.
that we normally would not do will
Can
go
I-
a long way
Was he
to
seen
foster a police service that is not only effective
I'm still
but also
getting there,
trusted
Commissioner.
by
I
all
was
South
just-
Africans. That is why I think this
was-
committee is relevant and is important,
I was
and I'm happy that
indicating the
it has
words
been
attached.
reconstituted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
First,
Deputy Minister. Thank you for your
If you refuse
cooperation
me
once
as a
again,
brother
your
to
contribution,
Kadiso
your
Molefe
insights,
to enter,
and your
then I'm going to
very
call
sound,
the Hawks to come here.
advice,
Interpreted
and
by
views on
us
the way forward.
to come
Thank you
and
very
deal
much,
with
Honourable
you
Chair, Honourable members
that
of the
you are
committee.
refusing me
That concludes our part of
access into the premises. And then
I want to thank the
thereafter,
two
the
of
evidence
you very
also
much,
led
the SC
by
and the-
Captain Wanda, who was
the Honourable,
a senior
Deputy
during
Minister.
that operation.
because this is the
confirms
record time
then
that
he
we
did speak to Brigadier
And I think
Mokoena
it's our
of
first
the Hawks
female
through the phone
witness.
of Mr. Mthethwa.
the record
Maybe we
time
should
that
have more.
we
linking
could
that
ever conclude
with
a statement.
the information that
Honourable
we had
Matthys.
received that
Thank you, Chair. Mine
the
is just a
information
clarity
of
question.
the
Doctor-
deployment of the Hawks came
DM,
from the
the
national
who, I
head
missed the name of
to the
who is
divisional
the
commissioner, then
head
to
of the
Hillary
ANC
Mukwena.
security,
Now,
head of ANC.
when
What is
the evidence
your
of
security
Captain
portfolio
Wanda
in the ANC?
comes with him talking to a Brigadier Mukwena through the phone of Mr.
Honorable,
Mthethwa, takes us
Dr.
back
Bushielo.
to the utterances
Thank you very much,
of
Chairperson.
Mr. Mthethwa
Is
that
Mr.
I will
Mathebula.
call the Hawks to come. That is the second part. So by the time then Mr. Mthethwa
Honorable Mathis, can I
activated,
get
as
your
I've
signal?
said,
Are you
the
fine?
Hawks, according to our current information.
Okay.
Because the activation was under the pretense of police
It's quarter past
impersonation,
12 now.
that whoever
And I think we
chose
can take
the police impersonation
2 or 3
as
speakers
a
before
reason to
we.
activate the Hawks did
Before we
not
go
have
for a break.
access to Officer Mogatle's
And today,
confirmation
A full
long
member is
before
allocated
to say
20 minutes
the
or less.
activities, people that
No
are
1 hour
around
today.
hoovering and doing whatever are real police officers. It
And if you
means
have nothing to
there
say,
is
you
an
just say
operation
nothing
that is
to say.
coming. So
Then we
we are
pass.
saying, that is my view, that
Yeah. So
there was that
it's now
either lack of
it's now
communication or
20. I mean, it's
the
now
use of
16 minutes
police
past 12. We are going to start at
was
20 past
an
12,
attempt,
just for you to drink water.
to make it
So we are going to
look
take 2
genuine.
speakers before we break
But
at 1.
the information
Honorable
was
Sokanyile,
already
are you ready at
confirmed
20 minutes
during
past
the
12?
Pre-operation.
Honorable
phase.
Nomvalo, are you ready at
And on
22?
further investigation, it was
Thank you so much.
then
20 minutes for
confirmed.
No.
I'm going
The-
to Tom's
Honorable
box.
Sokanyile is today a full
Hearing.
member.
It
No,
was
that's
then
the time check.
confirmed.
No, I'm
that
coming there.
indeed
Honorable Nomvalo
General
is a full
Shibiri was
member.
not wrong.
So I'm going to take the 2 full members.
when he
I allocate
gave
them 20
us
minutes
The
each
information long
between now
before
and
that
1
there
o'clock.
are officers
When I
within
come back from
terms
lunch,
of
Honorable
Hawks
Shongwe, I will tell you how
that
much time I
are
allocate
working
to an alternate member.
together with the
You
cartel.
must lobby me. You must lobby me.
That
At,
was also confirmed then on
thank you so
6th
much,
of
Dr.
July
Bushielo.
when
Please
we
drink water.
confiscated the phone from Matlala, which is part of the cartel. We are using that to round off what informs the current view that the events that are involving the JMPD officer as well as the Hawks, we are holding the view of it being the defeating the ends of justice on that specific day.
General, but do you know who Mr. Mthethwa is? Is he a relative of Mr. Molefe? Who is he?
Unless I am pushed further by the senior counsel, I'll confirm that we do know who Mr. Mthethwa is. He is an associate of Mr. Molefe.
He's an associate of Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
And you're saying you will go no further. Is this part of an ongoing criminal investigation?
It is part of the ongoing investigation. That's correct.
And just the one other thing is, I wasn't sure whether you had got there, whether you said it was who exactly, do you know who Mr. Mthethwa called exactly? I know the evidence says that Mr. Mokwena was on the line, and of course he rounded up the troops to go and to check out the scene, but who did he call?
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. That is the part of the investigation that we are rounding up, that I can link with my response to the question that was asked by the chairperson, that using the chain of events as well as the information that we had through affidavits and the information on the ground, together with the statements or affidavits that are talking to the chain of communication. We are still in that process of positively linking the two. That will give us then the final suspicions that the involvement of A, D, and F was intentional, but the involvement of B, E, and G was collateral damage or was by a coincidence.
Okay, thank you, General. Does that then conclude your,
Interference.
yes, what you wish to say about interference by the Hawks? And what I meant is in relation to Mr. Molefe.
You can see that your mouth is already open and you are asking a question.
And are you now going to turn to the operation on the same day that took place at Mr. Matlala's home, I believe?
I'm going to deduct
So,
a minute from
you've
Honorable
already
Sauls
explained why both were conducted on
and
the
credit
same
it
day.
to you.
And what exactly was it that you were
Good morning
seeking
or afternoon, Chairperson.
to do
Let me
at
greet
Mr.
you.
Matlala's house? What was that
Let me
investigation
greet
about?
the honorable members.
Thank you,
That are
Commissioners.
here.
As I've indicated,
And let me
the
greet
purpose of
the senior council and the team
operation that
and the
we termed
administration.
search and questioning
Good
was
afternoon,
part
Deputy
of
Minister.
the investigation that was informed by
Thank you.
the intelligence that we had
I've got few
collected,
questions.
and most importantly, that we had
Whereby I
confirmed
will start
around the same day or same
When the
hours or
minister
same
was
days.
here.
We got the warrant of
when the
arrest
minister
of
was
Mr.
before this
Molefe,
committee.
between the 4th and the 5th.
He gave the
When you have
evidence
finalized the
that he
investigation,
issued
you brief the prosecution and you
the
get the warrant of
directive
arrest. So as that was
based
happening, we were also
on the
receiving
authority
more concrete
granted to
intelligence that was
in
talking
terms
to the
of
kidnapping case.
Section
I gave the
207,
background,
subsection
maybe
2
not in full.
of the Constitution of the Republic
that
of South Africa.
Investigation
Then
be
if you go to
allocated
the
to this team
Constitution,
came as
it
a
will
result
talk
of
about the control
a
of
meeting that I was
police
invited
service.
to by the National
then that
Commissioner
subsection, it
victim.
provides that
a
the
victim.
National
I mean,
Commissioner
people
is
that are
responsible
closer
for controlling
to
and managing
the victim of
the
kidnapping.
police service
It is during that
in
meeting
accordance with the
that,
national policing policy and
they
the
shared,
directions of the cabinet
their
member
wish
responsible
and their
for
uncomfortability
policing.
about this
Then,
particular kidnapping
Here
case
is the question.
being
Do
investigated
you agree
within
that
the office of
their
the
directive
Deputy
that
National
was
Commissioner
given by
and
the
Lieutenant
minister
Charles Biya, because
on the
according to
31st
them, their information
December
was
2024 to disband
Mr.
the PKTT immediately
Matlala
fell within the
was
scope
involved in the kidnapping,
of the
in
minister
kidnapping. And Mr.
his
Matlala
authority
is very close
to issue
the
policing
Deputy National
directive.
Commissioner. So
Do you
it is
agree to
during
that?
that meeting that the instruction, in some cases, if not all
Yes,
cases,
a member,
in the
but
SAPS, we work
if you
with
have seen my
instruction,
response when
not,
I was asked directly
requests.
what
that,
I think, I said
the team
there should be due
TCI
processes
Ops
because
must
these
take
officers,
over this
the accounting
investigation.
officer and the executive
So,
authority, both of
during
them
the-
should be
the-
able
the-
to work
the
together
collection
and
of
agree on
intelligence as well as
processes, how to
information,
take forward.
which
So yes,
also
the minister
included a
might be
lot
having
of,
the executive powers to be able to
digital
give
forensic
direction,
analysis
but the
in
person
terms
who's
of
going
video
to
footages that
implement
included,
is the
a lot
accounting
of,
officer. So
cold
they should be
data
able
analysis,
to find each other
because
and
we
be
had
able to implement
those
whatever
experts
needed to.
that were there to assist.
So
in
we are saying
the
that this
Vereeniging
particular
case. Now that
directive
this case has been
that
made
the
part
minister
of this,
gave,
they were also assisting.
on the
So
31st,
the operation
he was not
then,
supposed to
was
do so.
termed
Are you saying that?
the,
I'm not saying that, ma'am.
the search
Thank you. The minister
and
used his
questioning,
executive powers,
because
but
there
I had
was,
my own view. But I'm not saying
evidence.
he can't issue.
No, not evidence.
You
there
can't
was
say your own
intelligence
views.
that
Because
was
that-
confirmed.
I did,
that,
like I did said,
the
when the
victim
SC was
might
asking
be
me.
Okay.
in those particular premises and
With
delaying
reference
that,
to
as
paragraph,
I referred to earlier on, that kidnapping
26,
is a life and limb situation.
You indicate that you
your
had
your
a
first
teleco-
objective is to
telephonic
rescue
uh,
the
discussion
victim unharmed.
with the minister
When did you acquire that
regarding
intelligence?
the directive
victim
to
may be
disband
these
the
premises.
PKTT.
It was
Do you,
being
do you
acquired
remember, or did you,
as the
during
days were
your conversation
moving towards the 6th,
with the
but
minister,
specifically between
at
the 4th
least
and the 5th,
indicate your
that's when then
concerns
the
regarding
information or
the approach
intelligence was
he
confirmed,
took
which then prompted
for the
us
disbandment
to plan
of the
that
PKTT?
operation
Did you raise
so as then
your
we achieve,
concerns with
the main
with the
objective
minister
of
during that
rescuing
telephonic conversation?
the victim?
Thank you
And,
very much,
if I'm not
ma'am.
mistaken,
As I
witness
said,
C,
the minister phoned me. I thought the
testified,
letter was
a lot
fake. So that's
on
why I didn't
the
even follow
specifics,
it up, because
that
there's a
we
lot
had
of
in
misinformation
terms
and
of,
fake news going on the
intelligence
social media.
that day.
Then the minister phoned me
Okay.
and said the letter
So
that is
you
circulating
confirmed the
is not
intelligence
fake.
around the
I
4th,
wrote
5th,
it.
and you conducted
So-
the operation on the 6th.
There was nothing I could do. The letter was
and
already
then,
written. The letter was
happened
already
when you arrived?
given to the national commissioner.
That
The
will
letter
bring
was
me to
even,
the third
out
and the
there
last part
in the
of
social media.
interference,
So I did not ask him
which,
why he
again,
did not tell
according to
me
my
or
view,
not tell me. So it was
subscribes
like
to
him
the defeating
confirming to me that
the
it's not fake.
ends of
He wrote the
justice.
letter. Thank you. I did not ask him anything.
We had
Okay.
confirmed, as I've said,
Honorable
intelligence,
Sangoni.
and we
Thank you,
were
Chair.
not
DM,
going to
what
take a
made the
decision
minister call
to
you
have that
and
operation
tell you
if
that it's not
we
fake? Did you
not
ask
check
him, or
what
did
we
he
had
just of his
against
own
our-
volition decide, let me call the DM?
standard operational procedures.
I'm not sure what
And,
made him call
the-
us. I
The
think maybe
interference
he
in the
did not
form of
see us
defeating the
reacting
ends of
or
justice
something,
in that
because
second
after he phoned
operation now
me, he said, I'll also
comes
phone TM
in
Matal.
the
So I did not phone him.
interview
And surely, if
that
he was
the
saying he's
team
going to
had
phone TM Matal,
with,
it means he did not also phone him.
the
For sure, he was
subject
surprised
of
that why
investigation,
don't
Mr.
we ask
Matala,
about it? So
who confirmed and even showed evidence
So even
that
yourselves, you didn't say, hey,
Sergeant
God, the
Nkosi,
minister issuing such a a
told me that
directive
you are coming.
on the
The
31st
first part
of December.
of
People are
that
happy.
was
You didn't say, oh,
told me
minister.
where the
Why?
place
Why?
where you were having
And you are saying that
the
immediately.
briefing. When
And
we
on the
go for an
31st
operation, we'll have a staging area where we will
You
brief.
simply said,
the
oh, by
final
the way,
brief
it's
before
already
we-
on the
we,
Facebook.
we attend to the
On
target.
TikTok and
the
whatever.
situation reports were going to Mr. Matala.
Funny enough, on the-
with
this festive, safer festive,
operation.
because
So,
we've got
which will be
9
between
provinces.
an hour or 2
The
hours,
minister divided each
as
one
we
of
move
us
on.
3
So
provinces.
if you are given
I was
the
working in
concrete
the Northern
information
Cape, the
that
Northwest,
team
and
is
Limpopo.
having their
On the
briefing
31st,
session in that place,
I was in
and
Beitbridge.
after that they are coming to your
checking
house.
there what is
And
going
then
on,
you
and then
you
what
have
is
enough
happening
time
there, and all other things. And I think I
prepare.
finished my work
Hence, then when
around
the
5
team
o'clock.
came,
Then went home to
Mr.
prepare
Makala
for the
confirmed that he
braai
was
and the
expecting
cricket like
and
anybody.
waiting for
So
them.
I did
Looking
not really
at
ask him why
that
or
evidence
not.
and
Sorry,
information.
Thank you.
General Kamalo, you
Okay.
mentioned
You know that directive
Officer
of the
Nkosi.
31st
I just want to
December
confirm
didn't talk about
that
the
that is not the
disbandment
same in Nkosi
of the
that was
PKTT.
giving
It
evidence
also
before the
talked
commission.
about halting
I think yesterday.
the filling
This is
up of vacancies.
Not the warrant officer.
within.
This is a
In
sergeant
your
in Nkosi.
That
understanding,
is correct, commissioners.
the authority
Maybe
of
I
the
was going
minister,
to call
does it also include in making
if that was the case.
decision
This is a
in
sergeant,
halting,
Nkosi, who is a
vacancies
detective
with the sub?
attached to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner.
For instance,
And this is
If-
the
if
sergeant
you have
Nkosi
the
that
minister
witness C has
apparently
testified
saying
about.
also
Correct.
And it's the
you
same
shouldn't
sergeant
fill up
Nkosi
vacancies.
who had the bank
In your
card
understanding,
of
the
Mr.
authority
Makala
that
we
the
saw in
minister
those
has,
WhatsApp,
does it include
pictures.
making
That is
decision
correct,
to
Commissioner.
hold vacancies
Okay, thank
within
you. Continue.
subs, notwithstanding a submission that
I
you
should think
have
on the interference
even
paragraphs that are moving from 112
Maybe
of my
can you-
affidavit to 124.
If you're saying that he has that power,
that is
as
talking
you have
to
already said, the executive
interference
powers,
that I
then
am
what
holding
informs
the view
the
of
perspective?
it being the defeating
Thank you very
the ends
much.
of justice and
I wish I knew.
obstruction.
I
It
wish I
was really a
But I did not know.
You didn't.
That's what
bad
I'm
day
saying.
for the team.
If we were
We
given
are
an opportunity
Not
to make
people that are
inputs,
happy with
let me talk about myself. If I was given an
50%
opportunity
out of 100%,
to make input into
when
the
we
letter,
do our work,
it could have come
prepare,
differently.
and we
So,
decide to go
unfortunately,
for a takedown,
it's out, it's
we
there.
want
He took the
100%.
decision. I don't
But
know what informed him to do
the
that.
way
Thank you.
Do
what
you
I refer to
understand
as interference
the instruction
in my
that is
affidavit
the one
made
of
us not
halting
to achieve
or in vacancies,
the 100%
not to fill
that
up
we
any
always,
vacancy,
strive
or the
for.
directive
More
as a
especially
policy
at our second
related,
operation
or
that is related
it's an
to
administrative or
Okay.
an
So,
operational
and you say
nature
that because
in your
of
own
this
understanding.
interference.
Thank you very much. It's
Nkosi,
both. It's both
which
administrative and
depleted
executive.
your-
Because if
your
you are talking about top
operational,
management, there's no way in
and-
which the national commissioner can do that without discussing with
is
the
this,
minister, because at the
and
end,
I need
it's
you
the
to just take
minister
this further. I
who
want
must
to
finally
understand how
agree
you fit
on
the
that one.
sergeant
So
into the picture.
that is what I'm saying.
You've said before
From where I am,
that he is
to say it must be halted, and you said it also.
he's close to.
If you hold it
General
on
Sibiya.
New Year Eve,
that is correct.
when we are busy
Why
with
do you-
crickets,
I
it will
say
not
he's
be
close.
immediately like you are saying.
Firstly,
And because most of the
officially
people, including
he is
the national
working
commissioner, was
from
on
his
leave.
office.
So
And
for me,
there
they
is
are not
evidence
necessarily
that
mutually
we are
exclusive.
still
They should be
going to
working
lead
together, because
that
at the
will
end,
confirm
from a certain
the
level going
closeness,
up, the minister is the
in
one who
terms of-
approves at the end,
in
and then
terms
from a
of the
certain
resources
level
that
is
he's
delegated to the
utilizing,
accounting
the
officer.
official
So
resources
if they were working
that he's
together
utilizing
and communicating,
to
I
further
don't think we will
the
have arrived
objectives
at this
of
letter.
the
Thank
cartel
you.
instead of
Thank
the
you,
objectives
Deputy Minister.
SAPS
You are saying that,
to investigate
for instance,
crime,
in paragraph
as he is
21,
expected to
you have
to do.
served also in
Sina Council
several
touched on
cabinet
that.
committees.
Should we do that? I mean, you say that we will still lead. Should we just get there?
whereby
Let's get to that point.
There were
The
many
evidence that you
IMCs
want to lead in
In
relation
fact,
to
you
Sergeant
indicate that
Nkosi.
That is
served
correct,
on
Commissioners.
two
We can get to
interministerial
that evidence.
committees.
Can I just ask a question?
The first
General,
one,
this
the
Sergeant Nkosi,
extended
was he
ministerial
part of the team
multidisciplinary
would have been
committee
involved
to
with this
respond to
operation at Mr.
foodborne
Matlala's?
illness. Wara
But
Wara.
was he part of it?
Then the second one
Commissioner.
is
No,
the
not at
IMC on
The team
2026, 2027 local
Is-
government
Because Sergeant
elections.
Kosi is
What
a
is
detective.
the understanding
So
of
in
how
this team, we
IMCs,
have
interministerial
only 3
committees
detectives.
operate?
And we know them. We work with them.
Do have
So
in
there
their
won't
terms
be
of
the
reference
fourth one that, as I
Is there
indicated, that
a specific
during our
duration
investigation, more
for their
especially during
establishment?
takedown, we try by all means to
Thank you very
limit
much. Just for
the
correction, I
involvement,
am serving
of
in
other
this
people
committee.
because
now,
we
yes.
had
As I'm
invested
talking
so
to you,
much
I'm
on what we
serving
have
in
collected.
this,
Now, if we
committees.
are going to
In terms
allow
of the
a
interministerial,
a foreigner
you
to
are
come
appointed by
and
the president,
have
like you are
access to what we
DDM,
have,
if you are
it
a
might
champion
then
of
jeopardize
DDM of
our
Nkangala.
chances
You
of
are
being
appointed by the
successful.
president
So
to be the
he
champion
was not
of
part
that.
of
So in terms of
the
serving
investigation.
in the
If he
interministerial,
wasn't
the
part of
IMC
the-
committees,
Of the
you are
investigation, how would he have known?
appointed
kind of detail,
by the
for
president
example, that
because
you are
it's
now
different
meeting for briefing,
ministries
protestation, I
serving
think you call
into
it
that. And remember,
staging
deputy ministers are
place.
members of the
And
executive.
from there, you
So the
proceed
president
into
can
Mr. Matala
also
on that
assign
day.
them
How
any
would you have
other
known that
responsibility.
information?
So for the IMCs,
Thank
the
you, Commissioner.
responsibilities
That is,
are delegated by the
part
president
of-
himself.
that
And
is
then
the
it
part
will
of
say
investigation
who is
that
the
we are
chair.
rounding
Like
off
in terms of the
talk to
elections,
the
is the
defeating
minister
ends
of
justice.
COGTA.
There are
And then
lots of
in terms of
possibilities,
foodborne,
and we
is the
have
Minister of
done
Health. So
some
he will say who's the
eliminations
minister
so
and who
as then
others
we can
are
come
serving in
to
it. But
the final,
individually, he will write to a letter that
evidence
I am
that will
appointing you
give
to
us
serve in the
exactly
following
how
committee, the
was
IMC
he
committee.
able to get this
Thank you.
blow
all
by blow
IMCs, they
plans
have
and
a
activities
uniform
by the team on that
approach
specific day.
on how they operate.
Is that the fact that you are conducting the
In
operation
your
on the
own
day,
understanding.
but also the
Not
detail of the
necessarily.
staging.
Remember
You
that
have
the
a
president,
meeting
when he
for a
appoints
briefing
you
at a
to be
particular
part of the
place at a
IMC,
particular
it will
time.
be
Was
defined what is
that
expected of you.
information that
So it will
was
not be the
widely
same.
known
Unless if you're
within-
saying
within the
in terms of that the IMCs are appointed by
Thank
the
you,
president
Commissioner. As
himself.
I reflected earlier on, we try by all
So if
means
you
to
are having
protect
this
our
particular
information, especially when
IMC,
it comes to
Then
that
the term of
stage
those
of
deployees
takedown.
comes
The
to an
information
end,
was not
and
widely
others,
known.
they
I
come.
indicated that
Will they automatically join or
the
they will
combat
sit
team that
to be
we
appointed also?
planned and utilized
In terms of
for
my
this
own
part of
understanding, this is a
operation
new term.
was the
So for every
special
term,
task force team
You know, you have to
sections
form new
that
committees.
we had to
Like,
get
I would
from
not think
other
that if the
provinces other than
2026-27 local
because
government
we-
elections were
we
coming
had
somewhere in 2030,
information and
the
intelligence
president
as
would
to
have
how,
formed the IMC on the local
how
government. preparation.
resourceful
So it depends
the
on
cartel
what, but
is,
for every
especially
new
within
administration,
Gauteng.
because it's new people,
But still,
the
it's
IMC,
managed then,
are
to get,
reappointed. If you are still there,
into
you'll
this
still be
particular
reappointed
sergeant.
as maybe part
so
of the
it's
IMC.
part of the
That's my
investigation
understanding.
started with the
Let's talk
debriefing,
about the current
checking
one
as
that you are
to
serving in.
where did we go wrong,
Their reports,
what happened, and then it
where
led us
are
then
they
to
submitted to? The
the
reports
investigation
of the
where
IMC.
we are eliminating.
They are reported
facts
to us
that
as
can
part, we've got
not
the
be true
secretariat,
or be
and then as we
but
meet,
we are moving
the
closer to having a concrete
Department of
answer,
COGTA will then,
which is one
you
of
know, serve as the secretariat,
always
and
say
then they will
learning curves,
give us documents
because
and the
when you
agenda to
are
discuss,
involved in a
and then thereafter,
counterintelligence, project,
our minutes
the
or
first
our decisions
fact
will
is
then be submitted
you
to
are
the president's
fighting
office.
an enemy
Thank
from within.
Let's take the IMC
Other
of the
than from
PKTT,
outside SAPS.
whereby also
So
it was
we
formed
are
by
in
the
that situation.
president, but you said you
So,
only heard
Thank
about
you,
it
Commissioner
on the
Beloy. So
5th
what I'm hearing
of
you
March
say, General, is that this is still
2025,
part of an
when we
ongoing
were in the
investigation.
portfolio committee.
But
After the portfolio committee meeting
you do
on
wish
the
to put
5th,
some evidence before
you
the
didn't
Commission.
come into discussions
And the
with the
evidence
minister
that you
to say
now
where
wish
is
to
this
place before the
IMC? If it
is in
was
fact
only for the
evidence
first time
that
we
has
heard
been led
about
in
it,
camera,
and the PKTT.
by Officer X.
Thank you very much. The mere fact that
And the
I did
reason
not receive
why
a letter
it
to be in the
was
IMC.
in camera
That's why I
was
didn't know that
because
it
it was
in
part
the
of an
IMC.
ongoing criminal
But when the minister
investigation.
appeared before
So
this
that's all.
committee, he informed this committee that there is no
And
IMC.
you, why
But
now?
the former minister
Have
also,
you decided that, first of all, is
Uh,
everything
Minister
that
Bekele,
was
when he
led in
appeared
camera
before
going
this
to be
committee, he said the
provided to the
IMC
commission
is continuing.
uh,
So I
openly
think
today, or only a part?
there's some issues that must be
Thank
dealt
you,
with
Commissioners.
by the
When
relevant people.
I appeared in
Legal,
front of
I
the
would think it's legal
commissioners
people in the
and I
presidency to be
tendered
able
the
to deal with the
application
matter. But
for
I know
some
that
of
if you serve
the
in the IMC, you
evidence
get a
or
letter from the president
information
informing
to
you
be
that
heard
you are
in
serving
camera.
in this committee.
I did
Honorable
indicate
DM,
that
The time
as
of
the
the
commission
member is up.
will
Can
be
we please move to
continuing
Honorable Nova?
with
Thank you so much,
its
Honorable
work,
Sakanya.
it might happen that they will be part of
Yeah,
what
thank
was
you,
here,
thank you so much,
on camera,
Chair.
that then
I don't think I will
we
be long,
might
Chair.
see the need now
DM, good afternoon.
Afternoon,
needing
sir.
that,
There is a contestation of
evidence in front of the
terms
commission
before
in
this
public,
committee. When
weighing
the first
against
witness appeared,
the
General
disadvantages. So
on the
part
PKTT
that we
name,
are going to
he
lead
gave us the name
which was
PKTT.
part of the
And the
in-camera
next
evidence,
witness
is the part
that followed
we
after
feel
him,
that,
the minister of the suspended minister of
exhausted
police,
the
came with a different name, which is the
investigation. There might
NPKTT.
be also some
Now, in your statement,
parts
you are saying
that
it's
might
the
not form
PKTT.
part of
Now, the confirmation that I
evidence where
need
we are
is,
still
have you just
finalizing
written
the
hypothetically, or
Okay, so it's not
you
all
have
of
written the
evidence,
name
it's part
with
of
a
the
full
question today.
understanding that this is the actual
and
name that was agreed
Before
upon?
we begin with that evidence.
Thank you very much.
Can you just tell the
Actually, if
commission
you go to
what
the minutes
the general
of the 5th,
subject is
where
that we're going to be dealing with?
General Kumalo was presenting the issue
My apologies,
of
commissioners.
the.
It is
All
now,
along, we were talking about the PKTT.
the file,
So then I saw the
exhibits bundle,
PKTT coming
part
in.
2.
I'm not sure. Maybe as you say, it might be semantics, but all along, when we discuss, is PKTT.
We
so
can put
it
away
might
the
be
annexures, but
or
Yes, you
it
may.
might have come when we were discussing the organizational structure. Remember, we were saying that we must start defining murder
Commissioners,
as murder,
the
whether it's
exhibits
murder
bundle,
by
this is the
political or
part 2
but
of the
murder
exhibits
is murder.
bundle.
Maybe it should
And
be in the
the
murder and
items,
robbery
there are 11
unit.
items.
So, and
And they're
it should
marked,
be
CJC
national. You can't
22
have
to CJC 32.
this political killing like it's happening in one province.
they will be led
it is
in that
happening
sequence.
in all the provinces. So you might want to have a national
General, do you
structure
have that
that
in front of you?
coordinate the provincial structures
Yes, I
that
do.
are there. So I thought they were
okay,
trying to
so-
distinguish between the two.
Okay, so to the best
I
of
think
your
before we
knowledge,
start, do you
the
just
actual
want to
name
give,
that was espoused
in just a
is the
sentence or two,
PKTT.
in
Yes, sir.
indication to the commission
Okay,
what
the
this evidence relates
SC,
to.
I was tempted to ask a follow-up
Thank you,
question, but I
Commissioners.
said, no, let me reserve it for my
The
time.
evidence relates to
Had asked you
my
about a
last
meeting
part
that you
of
held
interference
in which a
that
report
I was
about the
leading,
PKTT was given.
which is around
Subsequently, I asked
the
you
Sergeant
about the
Kosi
impression that you got
I reflected
from that meeting, and then you
he is,
said, because you
attached
believe
to
that
the
it's an
office of,
intelligence matter, so you reserve your comment.
the Deputy
But I think the
National
question was
Commissioner,
actually in relation to the
Sevilla,
impression
and the evidence
in the
will be
context of the
talking to
performance
the
of the
link
PKTT,
that has
that
been
in your view,
identified.
did you get an impression that the PKTT
through
is functional,
Sergeant
or it's
Kosi,
just a
that is
a
linking
ceremonial
office
structure
of
which is
Lieutenant
no longer
General
effective?
Sevilla,
So
and
along those lines,
the
which
cartel,
impression did you get?
which can be
Thank you for
easily
clarifying the
understood
matter.
if we may recall.
As I
the
said, I
evidence
did not
that
know
we
much
led,
about
on
the
charts
PKTT.
where
in that
the
report
bank
that was
card,
presented on the
the
5th
picture or
of
photo
March,
of the bank card,
the successes,
of Mr.
why it was
Matala
formed,
was found,
the successes that
to
were
be
there,
in
the
possession
challenges
of
of the misinformation
SAG
and all other things were put there. And
Um,
where I
we'll
am,
begin with the
I'm not
first
able
item then.
to go out really and check
if I could
whether
ask for
it's
it to
right
be
or wrong.
projected.
Yeah, but the impression that you got at that time, what impression that did you get in the relation to its functionality?
If I looked at the report that was in front of me, I think they were doing a great job.
Okay. You know, when you get into a normal workplace, as a human being, it's easy to detect when there's a toxic environment or when there's factionalism. You detect through the language and the mood that no, this
thank
one
you.
is in
So,
good terms.
General,
that
what
one,
is this that we are looking
these
at?
ones are not in speaking terms.
Sorry, can you put it back up?
Now, what overall assessment you can make about factionalism
Right.
Thank you,
in
Commissioners.
SAPS? According to you received a message from Sibia, which was forwarded to you, and he says to you, there is this procurement of
for the 6th of December.
spy equipment, you must be
On the
careful and
6th
so
of
on.
December,
And
during
at a
that
later stage,
operation,
you realize
one
that
of
this
our
was concocted
activities
because
was
an
to
investigation thereafter was made,
download the
which
CCTV,
actually
camera
proved that there was no
footage,
such.
in the
Now,
premises,
out of all
of
these
Mr.
happenings,
Molefe, of
what
which
is your
we did.
final
So the
determination? What is your
CCTV
final observation?
Footage that
Is
we
there
are
any
playing
deep-seated
is the
factionalism
one
in SAPS?
that was
Or is there any toxic
confiscated
environment?
and downloaded on the 6th
And if there's
of
any,
December.
is it among
But
certain individuals
the-
at the top
the-
brass, or is general,
the evidence
affects the whole institution,
as per
the whole organization?
the dates, if the dates will appear.
Thank you very much. I think firstly,
it's for the
you are right.
27th of November.
As a leader, you are
which
able
was
to get
then
into an
around
organization and see that there
5
is
or
a
6
problem.
days or
And I think
less
I
than 10
responded
days
when the
before
SC asked
the
me.
6th
I
of
just
December.
not remember
So
the number.
on the
where
first,
I said
part-
we met
So,
the four
so
of
let
us.
let's just take it slowly.
the
So
two deputy
this
ministers,
is, what we are
national
looking at is
commissioner,
footage
and the
from
minister,
the CCTV
and said
camera
we
at
can
Mr.
see there's
Molefe's
a
house.
problem between
Yes,
the two of
Commissioner.
you.
And the
Can you
date stamp is
please fix
27
this
November
issue?
2024.
Because it's affecting
Yes,
us
Commissioner.
also.
Okay.
And we
And
said we have also
who is the
realized
person that we can
that's
see
you,
in
the
the
national commissioner.
video
You
that's
are not in
exiting
good terms
the
with
white BMW?
DNC
The person
Sibia,
that we see
and there's
exiting
also
the white
issues
BMW
between
is a
Sibia
Sergeant
and
Kosi.
Lieutenant Kwanas. Can you please
so that's-
He
meet with
just
them
arrived
and make
in
sure
the
that
premises
they
of
find each other
Katiso
so that we
Molefe
can
on
be
the
able to work
27th
better and
of
move forward,
November.
because we didn't
So
want to
the
choose,
vehicle-
whether, like you say, which
The
faction
vehicle
you want to
that
be
is
in or what.
projected
Because we
there on
wanted
the
a
video, I
SAPS
think we are
that
still
was
going to see
working.
it much
And
closer.
indeed, they did that.
It is the vehicle.
And unfortunately,
SAPS
like I said, when
vehicle
you
that
had
is
him
allocated
on the 6th of
the
is
office
it
of the
July,
Deputy
when he
National
said,
Commissioner,
yes, the
Crime
meeting was
Detection,
there,
Lieutenant
but I
General
don't work with
Sibia.
criminals, whatever it is.
So
But we did that,
that
and
is
we
the-
asked
the
even
first
the minister
link,
and the
that
national
one will
commissioner that
explain,
when we work
with
together,
that,
at least
and
once a week have a
there
meeting,
is a
not
lot
necessarily
of,
write letters
or maybe
to each other.
one has
When
to,
we reach a letters
because
level,
when we get
it
to
means
that
there's no
slide,
level of
then
trust
we might have
and
lots of
respect,
questions.
and then that would be
It is the policy
a
of
problem.
the South African Police
In terms
Service
of the
to have all
toxic
vehicles
environment
fitted
and what,
with,
it
an
was like just
internal
in any normal
tracking system,
working relationship,
referred to
like we
as
also have here
AVL.
in Parliament
so
with the
as then we
opposition,
are able,
when we shout
especially
each
during,
other there in not
complaints,
necessarily that we hate each other,
investigations,
it's just that
and
maybe
our
we differ
type of
on
investigations,
something that
we are
needs to
able
be
then
there.
to have
But I think,
our work
according to
basically
me,
cut out.
it might not
But
be true.
this-
It might be
Can
one
I,
to
sorry, I'm
be
going to interrupt you because we're going to come.
Is that
Yes.
So let's.
the
Okay,
The
let's just
South
take it
African
slowly. So
Police
27
Services.
November 2024, and the
In
time stamp
from 1994, it was not
is 1631.
transformed as it
That
should
is,
right.
have been
that is
transformed.
correct, Commissioners.
Such that you still have
And so
the
we
old
see
order and the
Sergeant
new
Horsey
order
arriving.
that
There's
is trying
anything else
to
that we need to see from
coexist.
this video?
And as a result,
From
there
this
will be,
video, we can confirm that those
friction.
premises
And that
are
is why
for
I
Mr.
said
Katiso
in
Molefe.
my conclusion that I hope this
been
committee
frequent
is going to
visitors
assist
there.
us
We
to be
had
able to
arrested
pass
him
that hurdle
twice.
so that we have the SAPS that we want, that will
And he's
serve the
getting
people of
bail
South
now and
Africa
again.
and protect the
We
sovereignty
might
of
then
our
go
country.
back there
Thank you, sir.
anytime
Okay.
soon. So we confirm that
Notwithstanding
these are
what
his premises,
General
we
Nhlanhla
confirm
Mkhwana
the
said on
car
the 6th
and the
in
individual
relation
driving the
to
car.
his meeting with General Sbiya and others. But in terms of your observation, was there any paradigm shift after that meeting? Did you experience any change? You know, when
That's
people
correct, Commissioner.
are mediating each other,
Thank you, Commissioner.
when they come out
So
of that
could we-
mediation,
anything further
you can
from this
tell
video
from
that
a
you wish to
distance
say?
that there is
From
now
this
a
clip?
paradigm shift.
Can we move on?
Did you experience any paradigm
Play the
shift?
second clip.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we did, like the minister and the national commissioner, when we were doing the safety festive operations, the minister was paired with the national commissioner, and they were doing KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. So they were working together. And I was given the acting national, deputy national commissioner, and then Dear Matalu was also given
Could we have it
the
projected,
national
please? Thank you.
deputy commissioner. So
Thank you. On the,
One second,
we
General.
worked together
I just want to go back to the
until
beginning
like
of
the
this.
31st letter and
Thank you.
until
Let's just watch the video.
the 6th August when this thing came. But all along, I thought we were working together. And I must say to you, in terms of the deputy minister, I worked with all of them, including General Mkhwana's. I went there in Ulundi, I think it was last year or the beginning of this year, when there was a pass-out parade.
Okay.
I went with Lieutenant General Libya, who was the head of the Hawks,
Okay,
and
so now
went
that we've
there
seen it, we're
for
just
the
gonna go back to the
pass-out,
beginning.
and
Was
we
it?
had
Thank
the
you.
best pass-out that we could ever have. And then we went also
thank you,
there
Commissioners. This,
to launch
part
the
of the
national
video, maybe if
safety
we can check the
festive
time.
in KwaZulu-Natal,
Mr.
and we had a very
Sergeant
good
Kosi did
end
not
to- and from
spend
time to time when
much
we meet
time there.
with Lieutenant General
was
Mkhwanazi,
less
we
than
talk like colleagues.
5 or 6 minutes.
Well, the timestamp
No, thank you,
says
DM. On
16:14.
paragraph
Previous video
27,
was
page 11,
16:31,
and
so it's
paragraph
about 9
33,
minutes.
page 12,
And then
you are saying in summary,
we
I'm not going
noticed
to
that
quote
when
you
he
verbatim,
was
but you are saying that you
arriving,
think the decision of the 31st could have
did
been
not
handled
have
better.
any bag.
I
Yes,
think,
sir.
yes, and I think on page
Now,
27,
the
you
second
are saying
video
that
is
in
showing,
your
okay,
view,
maybe,
the
standing
minister
there, it's
should
him
have at least
and Mr.
consulted,
Katiso Molefe,
consulted
who is then
stakeholders.
accompanying his visitor.
And so the impression that I
to
get
his
from that
car.
is that
And then we
your only
noticed
concern
that,
about the decision
the
is
sergeant
lack
now
of consultation.
carrying,
So in your
white
view,
paper bag.
the minister, that is my own,
Unfortunately for us, it's
own
not
observation from what
transparent,
you are
so you
saying.
can see
You can
what
correct
type
me.
of chocolate
In your view, the minister had a right
in
or a
there,
constitutional right to
but
take a
He
decision.
is having
But
a bag
his decision
that does
was,
not look like
was short
it's
of
heavy,
a widespread
but it has got
or
some
comprehensive
contents.
consultation. That is
then
the area of
we will
concern
use lots of
in terms of your
analytical
own
minds,
observation.
to
Is that
check
correct?
What is it that
So
you
it
can
means,
carry
to elaborate,
in such
so
a
it means
carrier
according
bag,
to you, had the minister
with value,
consulted,
but it's
then the
not
decision
that
was going to be
heavy.
correct.
I don't
Yes,
think you
then
understand me correctly,
the
or
picture
maybe
is
it's
like he
because it's a
just
short
came in
letter. In terms
to
of the
collect
consultations
something
that
that
I'm
was
talking about,
already
I'm talking about
packed
even consulting the
and waiting
operatives,
for
you know,
pickup.
and then people who
But
are
you
in
don't know
charge
what's in the bag,
of managing the
That's
PKTT,
correct,
the
Commissioners.
provincial
We
commissioners,
still-
the national
we're still
commissioner,
trying
everybody
to
who
get
was
the
involved
systems
in terms of
that
that.
will
And
make us
surely they
be
would
able
prepare
to
reports
see
and
behind
be able to
bags,
also give recommendations.
the
So say,
scanners
at
through
this
the
stage
system.
where we are, we
But
think we
using
cannot
our
be able
own
to do this.
analytical
And this might
minds,
be the best way to
we
deal with
can
the
see
matter.
that he's
And then give
carrying
an
something
alternative
that is-
on what
that is
to
not
do.
that
So
heavy,
that's my understanding.
it's of
Just
value.
that I need
Okay.
just one to write
And-
a big
Okay.
thesis.
We can then
No, it's
look
fine. Now,
chocolate
Minister
sweets
Mkhunu sits
or-
with you
or whatever
for
that you can
12
put
months.
in that type of a
He
bag,
doesn't give you a performance plan.
and you hold
After
it
him,
dearly so
Minister
on your right
Kachalia
hand.
comes in. And then you raise a concern to him that, Minister, there is no
Okay, and
delegated
so-
function to us. And then with ease, he
sorry,
gives
if you
you
could just
a
go to the
task.
end of that
You said
video,
he has given you a
just
task
scroll it down to the
to go
end.
to Northwest, if I heard you
Yes.
correctly.
No, to deal with the GBVF,
Or
the
GBV.
whole
That
of
is
it,
Mr.
and also to
Molefe
deal with the integrated
escorted him
crime
back to the-
violence
That's
prevention
correct,
strategy.
Commissioners.
Okay.
Now, would you describe Mr. Mkhunu as a, as a
Can we
person who
then
believes
turn
in
to item
collectivism,
3?
as a cordial person, and as a rational person who takes into account his colleagues when he works with them, who doesn't work alone, who's not aloof to his subordinates or to his colleagues? Because here, Kachalia comes in, he doesn't spend much time in office. You raise a concern, with ease, he gives you a function. And the minister has
Third
been with
item
you for 12 months,
is
he doesn't
CJC
delegate
24.
functions to you. So what is your observation about Minister Mkhunu?
Leaders don't lead the same, and then they don't see the matters the same. So here,
so this
I see
is
different
a
leadership styles. between the
Screenshot.
two.
Well, what
That
is
will
this?
be
It's a
all I
screenshot of
want
the
to
car.
say.
We can see that.
It's
but
a
can you
screen-
Yeah,
tell
but
us?
remember, this is an
Thank you,
operational
Commissioners.
issue.
It's a screenshot
And
of
the
same
standard
car,
operating procedure here is
we
that
wanted to
for you
confirm,
to be able to
the
execute your functions
registration numbers,
properly,
which
there must be a
corresponds
performance
with what we
plan.
call in
Whether
police
you are weak as a
SAPS
leader or you are
number.
strong,
Each and
it's a
every
standard
police car has
operating
got
procedure
two,
to which you must adhere.
numbers.
You must
There is
adhere.
an
It
SAPS
doesn't depend
number
on your moods.
as well as the registration
It's a standard
number
which has been
as it's
put there.
reflected there.
And if you do not meet that standard, it
38
means there's something wrong with your
H.
leadership.
GP.
That's what I'm saying. I can't
And
comment.
is
Maybe you
this,
can ask him the
photograph
reason why
a
he did not
still
do that. But I would
screenshot
not be
from the
able
video
to.
that we
But
just
for me,
watched?
From the video
I
footage,
attribute it to
we
different
wanted to
leadership styles.
confirm and
Yeah, but you
project
found
because
it
in the
ironic
video
that
footage, as the video
after
is
12
moving,
months in office, you
it's
don't
not
get a
easy.
performance plan.
But then we used
To you,
different
was it an
angles
ordinary
of
or it's a
video.
normal thing or it's
Then
an ironic
opted
thing which
for
must
this
never be
that can
encouraged?
clearly show
We tried to
registration.
raise, I tried to raise
Registration
it at some point.
So that's
And,
the same car that was in the
It
driveway
was
of Mr.
coming, I
Molefi's
thought,
house.
yes, I agree with
Okay.
you, it must not.
Can we then
It's
Okay,
not.
then the last
turn
question,
to item
second last,
4, which is
the chair will kick me out, I know,
CJC 25.
when I'm running out of time. The second last question. You are correctly saying here
And,
that as a deputy minister, you are accountable to
General,
parliament.
this is what you started
Now,
speaking
you are
about
not given
earlier,
this performance plan
and
by
it's
the
projected
minister.
on the screen.
You go to
but there's
parliament
also
and
a
you are
hard
not
copy of
raising
this
this in
your-
parliament as
in
a
your
concern
folder as
because
CJC
had you
25,
raised it in
if it's
parliament,
easier for you
parliament
to
was
read
going
it.
to use its oversight responsibility
Can you tell
to
us
say,
what it is
Minister,
we're looking at?
this is undesirable. Give
Thank
these
you,
people their
Commissioners.
tasks
As
so
I've
that
reflected,
your
and I said,
department
all
will
the
be efficient.
vehicles of
Now, you don't
SAPS
raise that in parliament. Why didn't you raise it as a concern, either in the portfolio
which
committee
will be
or
linked
in the National
the
Assembly?
tracker system of SAPS.
I think there are processes
the-
where this kind
in
of
an
issues
attempt then
can be
to-
raised as concerned.
To finalize
And
our
I
identification
think
of the
just
car,
raising it in the
we
portfolio
have to
committee
work closer
would not
with
have been the correct one. Like I said, we tried to raise it with him. Maybe if he was given a little bit longer, we would have that one. So what we were able to do, the three of us, and chair of the portfolio
Indeed,
committee,
the
surely
registration
here,
number
and members
was
are here.
confirmed, highlighted
We have never,
blue,
in
and
any
then
day,
the particulars
any day,
of the vehicle,
you know, shied away
including
from going to
its allocation,
to the portfolio committees
which is
or
reflected
in the
then
National Assembly to
indeed
do the
as
debates,
the
in
car
the
being
NCOP to do
allocated
what we
in the
should do.
office of-
Because the chairperson of the portfolio committee also understood that Our portfolio, unfortunately, is on Wednesday, and Wednesdays are normally cabinet days. So
On
we're able
utilizing
to,
this system
to do that
was
as
to-
Deputy Minister. So yes, we raised the issue, but I don't think it has
using
reached
the
a stage
tracking
where
system
we had to go to the committee
only
and
to
start
get
saying,
the report
but the
from the
minister is
system
not doing
managers
that. I
that,
don't think it has reached that level.
Thank you very
the
much. I'm
vehicle
giving my 2
movement,
minutes, my outstanding 2 minutes to you.
tracking units.
You can say whatever you want to say to the
normal
committee.
tracker is not
Thank you so much. I will
installed
bank
in the car.
the 2 minutes.
It's
Honorable
either
Sangweni.
it was never installed, but
Thank
the
you, Chair.
information
Thank you
about the car
for
is
being
on
so
the
kind
system.
today, Honorable Number.
It's either
DM,
was
when
not
you raised
installed
this
or
issue
was
of lack of
installed
delegation
and
with the
removed,
minister, I heard you saying that
sometime.
you
So
thought
that
it was
is
coming.
the
I'm sure you didn't raise it
investigation
once.
part
What
that
would be
is
the
still
minister's
ongoing.
response that he was
Because
not
if it was
delegating to the
installed
DMs?
Before, it needs a reversal.
I would take that you were saying we should be able to understand. He should be able to understand what is going on in terms of subs, because it's huge. It's not only
I
subs,
think perhaps
it's
for
got
the
also
record, if you
three
could just read out the
entities
bottom right-hand
with their
corner of
executives,
that,
with every other
screen.
thing. So I think he wanted to understand
where
first,
it's-
and
where it
then
says last
also
message
maybe
from
use our
PAS.
strength
That
to
is
be
the
able to
report then
allocate
from the
properly
system
what
that
you think you can
confirms what
allocate
I've
to
just
us.
said. There
Thank you.
is no vehicle
No, it's time
movement
up,
unit
honorable
installed
members.
in this
It's now 1
vehicle
o'clock, we are
on
breaking.
our system. But the
We will
vehicle
come back
itself
at
and its
20
particulars
minutes
is
to
on the
2.
system.
When we come back, the 20 minutes
Thank
allocated
you.
to
And
the
we have
Democratic
confirmed,
Alliance.
I might have just.
Who is speaking at 20
record
minutes to
again,
2 from
the
the DA?
registration number
Honorable Breitenbach, thank you
is
so
at the
much.
top
You
left-hand
must be
corner
here
of this
exactly 20
document.
minutes to 2.
Yes, commissioners, that's why
Thank
I
you so much.
started trying
Yes.
to explain this still photo of or printout of the system that is the registration number that is picked up from the video footages and still photos and compared to with what is on the system, including the make and almost the whole information about the vehicle. And we have since then got hold of the vehicle itself to do the physical check and comparison to make sure that we have the correct information.
Thank you. Chair, it's 13:02.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
area. Then people will come one by one, and then they will ask, complain that the police take the bribes. When I went there, they didn't what and do what and whatever. We know them, all of them. And then even when they come, you know our people, when they see you, even if they've asked question, they will still want to ask because the deputy minister is there and the MEC. And then thereafter, the local ones, the mayor will do in the language that they understand, and then the provincial one will
Thank you.
do.
I get the idea. Thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's a time limit. So you interact with people, you find out what the issues are that people on the ground are struggling with. Tell me about implementation.
In terms of the implementations, because that's what I'm saying, when I go there, I don't go there alone. I go with the mayor, I go with the MEC, I go with the provincial commissioner, of course, with the management. When we finish, I would expect the provincial commissioner, because that's the one I would have control over, to say, Dr. Mkhwanazi, can I...
You can carry on. Don't worry about these people. Carry on.
I would say, Dr. Mkhwanazi, I would expect a report in 2 months' time. And then he'll bring it through the national commissioner to say, in terms of this one which they raise, this is what we do. In terms of this one, this is what they do. And also that day, what really impressed me was that we also had the gift of the givers. I think they also operate in the area because we had all the stakeholders.
So this isn't a publicity stunt for gift of the givers. Can you just
no. Then I said in a month.
No, just a moment. I want you to answer my questions, please. So listen carefully to the question. It's a problem that most politicians seem to have. They don't listen to the question and they give any answer they feel like, forever. I want to know about implementation. You mentioned a couple of things. Did you do anything about the implementation there, Ron?
Yes.
So what?
Yes, I did.
Tell me.
I went back to the chief. The chief was worried about the security, and he was worried about the guns that were going in there. And then we were able to increase the number of police there. And then he even said to me that he's satisfied with how we have dealt with the issue.
Thank you. I presume you could do the same sort of thing here in the Cape Flats, where people are being mowed down daily. Send more policemen and reduce the amount of guns. Any plans to do that?
I've been, actually, we were sworn in on the 2nd of July. On the 4th of July, we were at Hanover. And I was chairing the public hearing there. And we had the police over this side, and we had the communities over this side. And the community were saying to us, we don't trust this police, they are not doing their work. And then we're able to. And from there, yes, I've been to the Cape Flats, to Guguletu, to Samora, to Atlantics, and everything. We have a special operations that we want to do. I will not be able to disclose it here, but we have a special operation.
Of course, I wouldn't expect you to disclose it. I'm interested in implementation. So you have a plan and you're going to implement it.
We will implement it, including, remember we signed the memorandum of cooperation with the city and the province. So all of us will be doing that.
We'll be watching. Are you aware, Deputy Minister, of any occasion where the minister, the suspended minister now, Mr. Mkhunu, interfered in the operational issues of the South African police? Any at all occasion, in your view?
I would prefer that you be specific so that I can just be able to answer.
I think the question is reasonably specific, Deputy Minister. Are you aware of any occasion at all that you hold personal knowledge of that the suspended minister, Minister Mkhunu, has interfered in the operational issues of the South African police?
I'm not aware.
How long have you been the Deputy Minister of Police?
From the 2nd of July, 2024.
And yet the minister is yet to delegate any functions to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you discussed this with him?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
More than 3 occasions.
More than 3?
Yes, ma'am.
He's a difficult man. He doesn't listen.
Comment on that, ma'am.
Have you told him that you're unhappy about it?
Yes.
And still he doesn't listen?
No comment on that one, ma'am.
Well, nah.
Dr. Wisielo, you must not have a problem of using the title honorable member.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairperson. I really apologize.
Deputy Minister, you really don't have to call me honorable, I promise you. It's not an issue for me. I functioned for all my life without being called honorable. I'll function some more.
I'm directed by the chair. I must take instruction from the chair.
No, you actually don't have to. Has Minister Nkunu ever discussed the national policing policy with you and consulted the provincial governments in your presence, taken you along, talked to you about how you're going to implement those things? Have you had those discussions?
Not yet, but we took the national policing policy to the province. We started at the MINMEC, and then we took it to the province, and then it went to the cabinet. It was approved, and I think it was approved about 2 months ago before he was told to take leave. Thank you.
So it's taken this long to get that far?
Yes, apparently.
Thanks, Chair. I've got no further questions.
Thank you, Honorable Redenbach.
Thank you so much, honorable members. That was so quick. Honorable Matthijs, do you want to speak?
Okay.
Yeah? It's, your time is going to start.
You don't have to start it. You can start it like in 10 minutes.
Your
I'm
time
not
is going
opposed
to
that.
start at, listen, at 8 minutes to 2,
Let's go.
and will end at 12 past 14 hours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Dr. Deputy Minister, I like saying doctor since we have a whole 31 qualifications to our name. Well done, we're proud. Dr. DM, you spoke about your experience in China. So let's talk about their technology there. So we agree that they have a large amount of resources. They've got decent state-owned buildings, their transport facilities, and there's a very, very minute role of private security companies in policing and security. And what has come out in these, in our hearings is that there's a huge takeover of private security companies. Talk to us about that. Not too much time because this chairperson is going to cut me off very quickly, please. Yeah, just speak to us, please, DM, just about what you have observed about security companies taking over the functionings of SAPS.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I fully agree with you that yes, they depend more on technology and on other issues, not even having more police on the ground. And in terms of private security, I agree with you. We have started discussions in terms of CIRA to say what is the role of CIRA and why do we have so many companies as private companies, also in terms of the ammunition that they have, and others don't even have qualified things, but they get the certificate, like the one in Mpumalanga.
So is that something that we need to consider here as a committee as looking into CIRA and also the number of licenses that are issued to security companies as well?
Yes.
Okay. Noted. Let's talk a little bit. I know we are exhausting this issue of the disbandment. The minister said that he had a meeting with his 2 deputy ministers, and it's very unclear about during this meeting with the 3 of you, was the discussion very clear that we are moving to disband the PKTT?
No. Thank you.
So was the discussion more around the issue of that we are going to move and we're going to empower, I think is the better word, or, put more resources into the murder and robbery unit. So there was never a discussion at all when the three of you met. I think he said it was in November, if I'm not mistaken. And that all three of you were in agreement that we are moving to disband, not the how and not the when, but that the PKTT must be disbanded.
As I said, no, we did not talk specifically that the KK must be disbanded. But yes, we spoke about empowering the murder and robbery unit and saying maybe the skills that are there, because it's a multifaceted team, can be used to be able to assist us in that regard, in terms of even coming with an organogram that could take care of all these matters from the national level.
So why do you think the minister was beating around the bush instead of just dealing with this issue straight? Because clearly he wanted to disband it. And during his entire testimony here, he just kept going back to, we are going to well-resource the murder and robbery unit. And by doing that, automatically it meant the PKTT is going to be disbanded. Why is it a touchy subject, or why do you think it was a touchy subject, just to deal straight on as this is a unit, it's been operating, and it's one of the units that needs to go?
I wish I knew. I don't know.
But you're also a senior member, both in a political party and in government. DM, you have to have an opinion about what was going on. Or even your suspicions. This is the opportunity for us to also know. And we understand that it's your take. But you are there. You were part of, not part of the process in the sense that you made a decision. But you were there. There were engagements that were being done. You talk to each other, whether it's the DM or with the generals or with each other. It can't be that you just had no idea.
I'm like saying, you asked me how did he, I don't know what prompted him. And I said in my response here, I said, if I have been given an opportunity before the letter was out, I would have put my input there. Unfortunately, even if I can want to give you all the whole thesis about it, there were letters out already.
It doesn't mean that you didn't have an opinion about it. So we're not saying, what we're trying to establish here as a committee, as you know, Dr. DM, is why, so we can avoid these things from happening again. So we know that you can't do anything about it. It's a done deal. But also speak to us. There was something. And then maybe also, just quickly, just also speak to, do you recall the date and time? Because you don't indicate that in your statement when the minister actually called you to say, DM, that letter is, it's not fake.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would not want to, remember I'm under oath. And it was like December, January, early January, as I said. And I think we're even here in Cape Town preparing for that. So just to be safe, I would not want to lie.
Okay. But it was more or less, it made its rounds in social media on the 2nd of January.
I think it was around 5, 6, 7, around there.
So you spoke about the 8th January, where the South African Police Headquarters attends the ANC January 8th events. Did you engage the minister at the January 8th at all?
Thank you, Chair.
He did not attend that January 8th.
9:30 as usual.
Oh, that's interesting. We didn't know about
Thank
that.
you, Chair.
Let's talk about, did you know about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo?
General Khumalo, we
Yes,
left.
we were with him a day before.
off the
We were
last
presenting
thing we
the
were
report
looking
to
at
the Joint
was the-
Standing Committee on Intelligence.
Why do you think that General Sabia forwarded the message to you?
Was the information
As I
on
said,
the
I did not.
BMW.
I just
And,
took it straight
you
to the
had
National
finished
Commissioner.
Explaining to the Commission.
The question
that,
is, why do you think he would
what
have
the
sent it
details
to you?
of the
Because he didn't.
vehicle
I would know. I want to know.
who it's
But
allocated
what I
to,
had, I
and
get
it's
from
not
the message that he wrote, not the
on the
forwarded
vehicle.
one. I think he
on
was
that
trying
vehicle.
to warn me that they are
So
going to bug
that
my
was
phones and my
CJC
emails and what.
25. The next item.
And I think this comes back to the question about when we spoke about factions that are operating in the South African Police Service. So there's one thing when we disagree with each other. There's a whole other thing when certain groupings start acting on their disagreements, such as the thing of bugging. Former Minister Becky Cele also said that his phone was, it was intentionally bugged, but it was done in an illegal way as well. So is this a normal practice then, SAPS? Because this is why our country is unsafe. Because we have the executive, we have the top SAPS officials busy bugging each other's phones, listening to each other's messages instead of saving our children from being raped at school.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes,
I will
indeed,
not say
we
that,
have,
but as I said, with the skills that I have and with what I've seen can assist us in terms of dealing with those, I think we'll be able to stop some of the things that you are saying.
So you weren't surprised that they could be bugging your emails and your phone?
No, I don't have anything to hide, Honorable Member.
But that's not the point, Dr. D.F. It's the fact that it's illegal and at the highest level of our South African police service, we are having people operating like that. What hope is there for the ordinary South African on the ground when they're just doing it there on the top? It means that we don't have a justice system here in the country, and it starts with the South African police service.
I'm telling you what I have done to be able to deal with the issue. I've said that I took a team as per the minister's directive. We went to China. We were shown what technologies are there. I told you from the DCPI. I told you from the CI. I told you from the border, and also TMS, Technology Management Services, and also our representative in China. And then we went to see that one of them was the issue of parking, and the other one, which came because of the unrest of the 21st of July, from the report that we need to have a technology that can be able to deal with the social media and see what is going on and all those kind of things. So we're very pointed and specific what kind of technology did we do. And then when we came back, as I said, we presented the matter to the minister, but also to the JCPS cluster. And the good thing was that the Minister of Finance was in the JCPS, because that day they had the Carafund meeting. So we're able to say we would need a lot of money to be able to deal with the technology. And I'm driving that because I know what to do and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. DM, I wasn't really addressing that, and I'm glad at least we've been informed about what technology we have in. But this is a really big issue, that people's phones can just be tapped at every level. And if we have the approach of, I have nothing to hide, so what? It's not, if it starts with you and you can have that approach, there's no hope for ordinary citizens. And you've been voted by the people to protect them and to protect their interests. And I think we just need to be more conscious of that. And not just you as a deputy minister, but all of us as members of parliament, that we don't allow such illegal activities to continue in the highest offices of our South African police service.
I fully agree with you.
As that. So tell me, how does the ANC head of security enter in this?
I would not know. That's why I didn't.
Did you not ask General Sabia about, was it General Sabia that told you that he's briefed the head of ANC?
The forwarded message, yes.
Yeah, but you see, this is also political interference as well.
Okay,
do you know whether this is common practice for Deputy National Commissioner to be picking up the phone and calling ANC?
Now, CJC
I don't know.
NEC members. But you're also an NEC member. Have you ever been?
No, I'm a deputy minister to him. I don't know him outside that. I'm a deputy minister, and he's the deputy national commissioner to me.
No, but I'm talking about as in the ANC head of security.
No.
So your experience as an ANC member, and you've been served in the executive, I'm assuming both in the province and on a national level, is it common for government officials to be briefing ANC members about what's going on, especially on intelligence issues?
I'm not aware.
Let's talk about this deputy ministers. Deputy ministers, and not just, obviously not police in particular, but just the whole concept of us having deputy ministers. So the issue of deputy
all,
ministers, it
General,
only found its way, I
what,
don't know if you know this, but our
what is
research
this
office did
a
some
video of? Where is this
research
place?
on this. So deputy ministers were introduced in 1961 by the Apartheid
Commissioners.
National Party. And they did so because they were
is a
preparing,
recent footage, that
or
was
making way
shown
for
on national television
ministers.
on the 9th
As a
of
senior leader of the
October
ANC, what
2025.
informs the ANC,
It
because
was
if you have
during
those
the-
discussions, what informs the ANC
search and
positions,
seizure
or position rather,
operation
to have deputy
that was
ministers? Because it's
conducted
costing
by
us, I mean, your
the
ministry
team
sub
from KZN
program, it's
that
costing
is
us 63.3 million, and
cases
a whole year
that
later you
are
haven't been designated
related to,
a function. It's a problem,
amongst others,
Dr. Deon.
the
Honorable
Deputy
Member, are you
National
not conflicting the two because there's an ANC as a party, there's government,
So-
and the two are not the
they
same.
too, yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're
know
not the
they-
same.
team
So,
had
so in terms of government, me and you are members of parliament, and we know that deputy
for
ministers
various
are
reasons
mentioned
that
in
I'm
the
still going
constitution, and we know the
expand
process
on
that
as
we
we
must
move
undergo
on
in order to
with
be able
this
to remove them.
linkage.
But nothing stops the ANC
that
from
we are
bringing a bill
discussing
or for
on
us
this
to amend
part
it,
of
because there are political
my
parties, particularly the EFF,
Okay,
that
thank you.
has
So
been
this
calling
is
for
a
the deputy
video of,
ministers
TV
to be
screen. So
removed.
this was
So I'm
playing
just
on the
asking,
news.
do you know
Is that
what
right?
informs the ANC position
and,
of
it
maintaining
says on the
deputy
TV screen,
ministers?
Sabia
Because there's a lot of
Home
things that are in the constitution that's
And it
changeable.
was on the 9th of October,
or
as you
amendable,
said.
rather, including the
So
expropriation
can you
of land with
identify?
As I said to you, Honorable Member,
First of all, can you confirm
is
that
the
this
prerogative
is,
in terms of the
Mr.
constitution
Sabia's
of the
house?
president and not the president of the
Yes,
ANC. Maybe we
commissioners
can discuss with the
confirm
chief whip of the
that,
ANC.
No, I
But
will.
in terms of government,
I'm just asking for
is the
your-
president, the constitution is very clear, is the president who appoint the deputy ministers, not the president of the
and
ANC.
there
So
are
the
three
question was,
individuals in
Dr.
the,
DM, is that do you know
video.
what informs the ANC
Can you
position
describe-
to maintain
know who they
deputy
are, and
ministers?
can
And you're
you,
saying you don't know, so that's
tell the
fine.
commission?
Let's talk about the
Starting
New Year's
with the
Eve
figure in
letter.
the black pants.
The letter also
The
included
figure
the issue of the ports of entry. So I
Black
just want to talk
pants
about that a
on
little.
the
Are you
right.
aware of the
It
IMC
is
on border
the
control that's headed by, I think, the Minister of Home Affairs?
Lieutenant General Sibia.
You are.
I'm aware,
And then,
yes.
So, because you said that the
figure
minister,
following him
and maybe you'll
on a
correct me if I'm
black
wrong,
shirt
the issue that he
like
raised
a
in his
protector
letter, it was a
that we
legitimate,
have not fully identified.
concern, or
the
did I
same
mishear
as
you?
the other
Mishear
gentleman,
you.
then, that is remaining behind.
Remember, the
So the third
BMA was
gentleman
recently
is in a
established,
striped shirt.
and there are still some members of SAPS
We've
who
not
are
been able to
working in the
identify.
We are still in the
BMA. And
process of
we
fully
said we would not take them until they have the capacity
So,
to replace that,
can you just
because
play
we
the
also
video
need them
through again?
to really work for us. So that's where it comes in.
And the reason I was asking whether you're aware of the IMC for border control is and it's linked to you saying that him raising the issue of getting a proper strategy on dealing with the borders. It was legitimate
so
concern.
can you
So I
describe what
wanted to
happens
ask, or
now?
we wanted to ask, don't
Yeah,
you think if the
the
minister was
figure
attending those
with
meetings,
a
that was the platform to raise it?
black
Because it's a multi,
T-shirt is seen
not a multi one, it's an
posing or
interministerial
acting
committee
like a
that works with
protector
Home Affairs.
by
Because SAPS doesn't
opening
work
the
in
door
isolation
for
on the
the
borders. It
principal,
includes
to
finance,
get
well, SARS in
into the
particular, Home Affairs,
driver's
etc. So I
seat.
just wanted your take
And
on that.
after that,
So
then
if you
the
ask me,
figure will
the
move,
JCPS would have been the correct
towards
one.
the back to
And then
the third vehicle
there's been a
on
lot
that
said about
convoy
Professor Mary
of
Diaz
3
here.
vehicles that
We
are
even got a nickname for her called Auntie Mary.
So, Mr. Sibia
Do you
gets
know
into
her? I'm sure you've heard of her. Do you
Driver's
have
seat
any
of
type of
this,
well, not relationship,
What
but have you
is-
engaged her
what
on
is
any
it, this
level?
Toyota,
I've not engaged them. I know I've
Toyota
engaged with
Bucky,
ISS, Dr.
the person
Koboshiani,
using his
who
protector
unfortunately,
proceeds
after we
to
had the summit
third
of the
vehicle
police,
in the
he
line.
died
to the third
through
vehicle
accident,
in
I
the
think 2
line.
days after the summit.
Okay. Okay, so you've had no engagement with her. Did the minister ever ask you for your opinion
and
about her? Because
you've been able
his
to-
testimony or his statement
Well,
here
maybe
was
let's go to the
quite
next
lengthy
item and then we
on
can
the
conclude what
complaints
we
that she
make of
had
this.
sent.
And
Were you
so
aware of
that's
any of those
the
complaints?
CJC
No,
That's
I did not. I actually heard it when the minister said, and also there was another one, Patricia
Yeah.
Masha. Yeah, no, I don't know them.
Thank
And
you.
you have
It's a
never
still
engaged.
photo.
No.
They're very active on social media, says Patricia as well. We
Thank you,
haven't seen
Commissioner.
any of
It's a
her.
still photo from the
no,
video
I don't.
footage that we have just
I
seen.
think I'm
That is
done,
giving
Chair. One
us
more
a
thing,
clear
though,
registration
Dr.
numbers
DM.
of
Have you had
the
any
vehicle
type of
and the
engagement
same
with Kat
three
Makala?
gentlemen
Any
then,
whatsoever?
Your time is up,
moving.
Honorable.
I don't even know that person.
As per
Round of
the
applause.
previous video,
Can we move
with
to
the heading
Honorable Mwango?
Okay, Chair, I'm done.
Police raid home
Record
of
time. Thank
suspended
you.
Deputy National
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Shadrack Sibia.
Pangazita. Or would you want us to
we're going to
give you
come
some
back
time to
to
organize yourself?
This,
We read your
to
apology
this
earlier
vehicle.
on.
Can you
Thank you
just
so much.
read out what
Let
the
me
license
take
plate number
Honorable
is
Sols.
for this Toyota
And
Hilux?
Honorable James.
The
Today-
license number
Oh.
as clearly seen on the
by
still
way,
photo
Mwango has arrived.
is LY
Your time ends at
PG
26
GP.
minutes to,
Okay,
I mean,
thanks.
at
And the
24
next
minutes
item
past 2.
is CJC 28.
No, 26 minutes to 15 hours.
This is also a
20
still
minutes.
photo.
It's now 14 minutes past 2.
Is this a photograph of the two vehicles that were following the Hilux?
You may proceed.
That is
good morning. Is it afternoon? Good
correct,
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
Other angle of the video footage.
Doctor,
the purpose
you testified
was to
that
identify
the
white
minister
BMW
and the national
that,
commissioner had some issues that
looked
affected
like the one
work
that
of,
we have seen before.
of SAPS, and you were concerned about it, you and
indeed,
others.
It was confirmed with the registration
What
plate
made you
that
think that they have issues?
on that convoy, the third car. As
Remember,
the
we are
convoy
working
was
together
leaving
as a
the
team.
gate,
And
was
as we work
indeed,
together, of course, we'll have
same,
different leadership skills,
BMW
and different
that
thinking.
is
And
allocated
there
to
would
the
be that
office
platform where we might want to differ on one thing or another, which is a normal thing. But we saw
were you
that
able to establish who's driving
the minister and the national commissioner were normally
at
writing
the
letters where we should be discussing on an issue and be
video
dealing with
footage
it. So we
and
asked
still
them and said,
photos,
in order for us
had
not,
not
when you write a person a letter, it's like you are starting a,
So-
disciplinary file. You are not
You now have
necessarily
identified
discussing to be able to come with a
registration
solution
numbers of
to an
the two
issue. So that
cars,
is why
one
we
being
asked them to
BMW
say, we don't
and the
want
other being the
to fight
Toyota
over
Hilux.
something we don't
Can
know.
we go
Let's
to item
just talk among yourself. And also we observed that
CJC
there is no good relationship
29.
between Lieutenant Mukwanazi and the DNC Sibia. If you can sort it out, we'll be very happy.
You also said that not only between General Mkwanazi and General Sibia, but also National Commissioner
General,
and
it's
General
probably better
Sibia.
if we just did the following. We go to the next one, which is CJC 30
Now,
first.
before the
can you
meeting
tell us
that
what
you
that's
all
a picture
suggested
of?
they should have to iron out these issues.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Could you, when you assess
picture
at that
is
time
from the
these concerning
LPR.
matters, if you had to now
The
tell
footage
us
that we
if there were to be
Just
sides,
define LPR for the commission.
who will be on whose side?
As I said earlier, I was just, I'm a leader
It's a license
in my
plate
own right, but
recognition
also in terms of
system
responsibility.
that, we
So
normally
when you
source
see
from
conflict, you should be
partners
able to come out
during
with a
the
solution so that we all pull in the same direction to
So
achieve the
the-
same goal. So there's no way
footage
in
and
which I
still
can say
photos,
this side and this side and not this
are
side.
for
All of
the
us, we
date
don't have to
of,
like each other. Like we work in the National Assembly,
9th
we've got
month,
opposition leaders and everybody,
2025,
and we work with each other
it
in
was
the
on
portfolio
the
committees. We work with each
Millennium
other.
Drive,
Not to say you are from the same party. We
specifies
hug
the
each other, we eat with together
the
and
vehicles were
everything.
moving
And even when we
past
differ
that
on fundamental
camera
sometimes issues,
and
we do that. So as a leader for me,
shows
it was
us
not to say
the
whose
same
faction is what and what.
motor
If we
vehicles
saw
and
like
following,
there is this
each
relationship that
other
is not good,
as
then we raised it
identified
to say,
on the
can we
day
deal with
of
this issue directly?
the search and
Thank you.
seizure,
You know, Doc,
operation in the office.
when I listen to you, is what you're explaining is your position was
This was on the
Jen-
30th of
that
September.
what you were seeing,
Sorry.
the divisions you were seeing, you were seeking to address that.
This
To
is
say,
30th
this is wrong.
September 2025.
We should work
So
as a
it's
team
not on the day of the search and
because
seizure
you spotted
operation.
divisions,
right?
correct?
That is
Yes,
correct.
yes, honorable member.
Now,
General, can you
what
please
you've
give us
described
more
is
information
indeed
on
the ideal
camera
situation.
that you mentioned?
But the reason why you thought about it is because of those divisions that you
On the
saw.
camera.
So now that there's a divide, that means automatically there's now
camera
sides.
that we are using, it's a
Which you are
license
saying
plate
there shouldn't be
recognition,
sides, correctly so. You are
that
addressing the
is,
fact that there
uh,
are sides, there should
used
not
by
be
most
sides.
of
Therefore,
the
come together and deal with it
security
because there shouldn't be
companies
sides.
and other
Now I want
stakeholders then
to
that are
establish.
assigned
Can I correct
or
something?
responsible
I didn't say
for
sides.
the
Yeah, I'm
monitoring
saying
of
sides.
some specific
And
routes.
You are saying it.
I'm using
They are
sides as a
our
synonymous to
stakeholders
divisions that you
because
agreed
if
with,
there
correct?
is information that
Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
want to
So the divisions
access,
that I call
then
sides. So
we-
if you have to
we
divide
can
them
be
now.
able to-
So we have the
So these cameras
National
are placed
Commission
along certain
having an
routes.
issue
along certain routes depending
with the minister,
as
the
to
minister having an issue
which
with the national commissioner. You are
security
saying, please
company
deal with that,
is
sort it out.
assigned to monitor.
Then you have the national commissioner having an issue with General Sibia.
Those are
Then you
private
have General
companies.
Konazi having an issue with General Sibias. General
And you
Sibia
requested the
also
footage.
having an issue with.
How did you get this particular footage? Do you request footage
General
for a
Kwanazi.
particular license plate number?
Would it be correct to say if we had to look at the divisions that you were trying to address,
As part of
Would you say
information collection,
that on the one side
we will
you had General Mkwanazi
request,
and the national commissioner,
sometimes based
on the other
on
side you had
a
General
particular
Sibia
date, because there
and
is
and
something
Minister
that we
Mkuno.
want to confirm.
No, as I
Sometimes
said,
it will be a random
it's just that maybe the
request, so
semantic. I
as
never
we
said
can see
divisions or
the
factions. Or
movement
I know
of
others said factions, others saying
vehicle that
divisions
is the
and
subject of
whatever. I said we identified an issue
So in this
of
case,
communication
it was
and some tensions,
the request for
and
the
we said
For the
address
specific
this
date,
before
for
it
a
went further.
specific
So
reason,
it's not a question
which
of
might
whether
form
it come in
part
the form of
of
factions,
what
divisions,
I
or
requested,
whatever
that
and
there
whatever.
are
I'm just
some
saying, as a
parts
leader,
of
we are leaders, we are executive, and then we are able
still
to see
ongoing in
that
terms of
there's an issue here.
Okay.
You don't
So,
necessarily want to
just
get involved,
so
but
here we
you want
have-
everybody
you said it
to
was
pull
on William
together.
Maple Drive,
So
it's the 30th of September.
that's why we did
It's
that,
at
not to
19
say
minutes past
the one
12
was with this one,
day,
the one was this
and
one.
the two
That is why when we
vehicles
even
are-
said it,
you were able
we
to
said the
confirm
two
which
of
vehicles?
them, the minister and the national commissioner,
Yes, we
should
were
deal
able
with the
to
matter.
confirm
Was
that
those
it's
issues that you're talking
two
about
vehicles
dividing
of
them?
interest.
It was not necessarily dividing them.
Registration plates
It
of
was
a double cab,
where I
Toyota
am, to be
buggy,
honest to you. It
with
was
registration number
that people were not seeing things
PGGP
the same.
in front,
And then
followed by
they just heightened them where they were not able to
registration
come
number,
together
the
and say,
BMW,
but
the police
we can
BMW,
still bring this and
with
this one
registration
and then
number
have one way up.
FV38
That for me,
HGP.
that's what
And
it
if we
meant.
turn over the page in the
So there
same,
wasn't one way up.
Exhibit CJC 30, so that would be page
So
10.
that's why I'm saying.
So
We
if there
have
was not one
another,
way up, what is the opposite of
photograph of
not having
of
one way?
those
You
cars.
have multiple
Can you
ways,
just tell us
divided
what-
ways.
When that was taken?
It's not a divide and rule. It's
And at
just
what time?
you are not going to achieve
And where?
what you
The
as the
commissioners,
organization
that was
want to.
around,
Why?
Which
Section,
was
then,
to make sure that
along,
our country is safe and to make sure
free
that
men
we
drive,
protect the sovereignty of our country.
Doc, this will be my last attempt. Why would it
Page
not
10.
achieve that? What
Sorry,
was your concern?
Commissioners, that That is
I think I said it. I said they should talk.
Why?
You know, the thing is, you know, because I also work as an official, the executive authority and the accounting officers, the offices, you know, interface. It's not like the other one can work without
And
this
it's
other
the
one.
same two
Because
parts,
this one
yes.
is in terms of the policies, the mandates and all.
Page 11.
And then the accounting
Page
officer
11,
must be
the
able,
same two
with his
parts
team, to
on
implement
a
what this one says. So
different
that
page
interface
that
must
is
always
not
be there. So sometimes
clear or
the
visible,
interface is not
on
because
this
there is not
photo,
necessarily
and we
an
do not
interface.
have
We differ
also the
on how
notes,
it should
but
be
it's
done.
at Sentin,
All right, Doc.
Friedman Drive.
A very
the
direct
same two
question to you.
vehicles
Is Minister
captured there.
Mkunu corrupt?
Okay, and then if you
I'm
turn
not aware.
over-
I would not make that
page 12.
determination. Maybe it will be part of the report that we'll do as the ad hoc committee.
You working with him,
Page
having
12,
worked with the
the
minister.
LPR is
These are
showing
allegations
us
that we are
the
dealing
same
with.
vehicle
What would your
of
position
interest,
be if I had to ask you, based on these
without
allegations?
then
Is
the
Minister
BMW
Mkunu corrupt?
following
I think
it
we need
on
to,
this
to
picture,
be fair,
and
honorable
the
member. You have to
date
get
and
all the
times
sides
are also not
and
captured,
have all the
on
information
photo,
and have
but
all
the
the
registration number is
evidence
still the same.
and then come to a conclusion. So
Okay.
actually I was saying, Chair,
And
I'm
then
the
just for
only woman
completeness,
who's
let's go to
appearing
13.
before the committee. I'm not sure if other women are still coming. And yeah, this is a very
we
different
pick up the
environment at
LPRs,
all, where you
the
might not find
SAPS,
many women in this, and then say,
BMW, the
Chair, you
same
didn't even
registration
acknowledge it.
plate,
So I'm
number
saying,
of the camera,
be fair.
the time and
Listen
date
to
was
all we are saying. I think there's still
9th of
others coming.
October at
And then
21:05,
get all the
which is
evidence and
the
then
night
do
of
the
same
determination.
day
Yes, Doc,
as
you are
the-
one of the sources of that
day
evidence.
of the
And
session
hence you
operation.
represent,
Okay, so
a
it's dark
witness,
because it's taken at night.
you present evidence, and we are interrogating
so
the
it's 9
evidence.
October 2105,
And so in an attempt to
and
get
that's
to
the
a
BMW.
conclusion, I'm asking the question,
then
I'm
the next
probing the
page,
question based on
14.
the allegation, you see. So you are assisting in me
Next
compiling
page,
that.
14,
But I would take it you saying
it's
that
now the
you can't say whether he's corrupt or not.
Bhakti,
Yes.
Would you
same
say,
camera,
is the
same
minister,
date,
Minister Mkunu,
more or less the
protecting
same
drug
time,
cartels?
The difference of a second.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Following
I'm
the
waiting for
interpretation
Matlala
is the
Commission
following
and the ad hoc commission to really
So
bring
on
that.
page 14,
Because
you
the
have
danger,
Baki
honorable member, is that
and
anybody
passes
can
the
implicate
camera
you tomorrow
at 21:05.
and say,
0
Honorable
seconds.
Souls had 1
And
kg
then on
of
13,
cocaine.
the BMW passes
And
the
then
camera
maybe
at
to the police.
21:05
And then they
1
just take,
second. So
you
it was
know,
1 second
you
after the
and arrest you
Yes,
without
hence our
any
analysis
evidence,
then
without
says
any
same
other thing.
day,
And then you went through the
same
integrated
camera,
justice system to the courts.
possibility
And I don't think the
is
courts,
the
you know, will
vehicles were
sentence you
following each other.
without that evidence.
Okay,
so,
so
you must know there will
that,
always be
those
misinformation.
series of
There will
pictures,
always be, you know.
let's
So as
go
a
back
source
to
that
the
we
exhibit
must
were looking at
interrogate,
earlier,
sorry
which
Doc,
is
I think my time is
29.
almost up, so I just want to finish this one. So I didn't
And
mean
can you
any
explain what
disrespect to
this
interject.
exhibit
So,
is showing first?
As one
before we
of
look
the
at
sources
detail?
from which we
The
must
exhibit,
draw
marked
answers to these
SCJC
questions for,
29
is the only reason why I'm
the
asking
data
you. I'll
that
ask
will
everyone
request
else too, you see.
that will give us
So I'm not expecting you to know, but I'm trying to
information that we'll need
interrogate.
to analyze,
Do you have some sort of
consolidating,
idea based on
all
your
the
experience
cameras
that these allegations that are being made
a
of the
vehicle
minister,
of interest
is it true or not?
happened,
And you are saying, based on what you
pass,
have been exposed
and
to,
then if
you
they
cannot
are
say
true, like
that the
in
minister
this
is
case,
corrupt. You
to
cannot
use
say
such
that the minister
information
is
and
protecting drug
to
cartels.
build up the
Is that
picture
your same position when I have to
of
ask you,
vehicles,
is
following each other
General Sibia
on
corrupt?
the days,
That's what I'm
that
saying.
on
You
the
need
same
to
days
be able
and times,
to yourself
as well as the camera
with the
numbers
information
and
that you have,
reports
the evidence that you
vehicles
have.
are traveling.
And I hope, Honorable Souls, You are
thank
not
you.
just going to take what is
So
on the social
what
media and
we-
everything,
so this is
and
a
then you
sort of
come with a
consolidated,
decision that will assist
data
us
set
to be
of
able to say
the vehicles passing
what you are
various
saying is true or
That is
false.
correct,
Yes.
Commissioners.
So that
You will-
question
you
is
will get
hanging,
both the
and
images,
it's part of the allegations.
as well as data.
And all the witnesses that are
because,
sitting in the seat that you are sitting,
sometimes,
Doctor,
to
you,
get
I
more
repeat,
data,
are the sources
it helps you to build
available
a
to
bigger
us
picture than
from
to
which
want
we can seek to establish
rely on
whether
the
or not these
images
allegations are true. Therefore, I'm posing it directly
So,
to you.
can we look
And
at
I'm
the detail of
satisfied
this
that
then?
what
So
I hear you
to
saying
explain
is
what it is
that you are
you
testifying
see
today
from this data.
that based on your exposure in SAPS, based on what you've seen thus far,
on this
you
data,
cannot say
Chair,
that the
I
minister
mean, we don't need to go through
is
all,
corrupt,
but we could
as
go
it is
through maybe
alleged.
3 of them just to
General
give
Sibia is corrupt,
the
as it is
commission
alleged, that
the idea of what,
there
what's
is
going
a
on in here.
protection,
as
an
the
attempt to
system
protect
is
drug
referred
cartels
to as LPR license recognition
by
it
them.
shows that it,
You are not in a position to
it
say that
works
that
on
is
the
in
registration
fact
plate.
true.
So
Yes,
that is
Honourable
why
Member,
then,
I'm not.
before any data is
Thank you, Doc.
captured,
Very much,
there will
Honourable
be
Member.
a
Thank you,
registration plate, and thereafter the next the next
Can we take
information that
Honourable
will
Shongwe?
be having a date of
15
when it
minutes.
was captured, and then will also be followed by the area.
Thank you,
as well
Chair.
as the street, so as you are
Sawubona,
able
DM.
to see as to which
Thobela,
direction
Honourable Member.
Le jwang, ma'am?
Your time
the
expires at
interest was
22:03.
moving towards.
22, 3. I might take less than
Okay,
that.
so can we be a bit more specific about this? If we look at the first one on the left-hand side, that's the license plate for the buggy. Is that right?
DM,
Correct.
you spoke
And
about
it is
digitalizing
photograph taken
the
on 9
SAPS.
October
In fact, I'm interested in that. I don't know whether it should be a question
at
or
21:05
a supporting
and
statement
0
from me.
seconds.
Because one, that
Correct, Commissioner.
would
And
create
it
jobs
was
for
taken
EU
at
in South
East
Africa.
Road and
I like
South
that.
Road.
Number two,
Yes.
it will help SAPS
So
not
if
to lose
we
so much
move
money
down
in courts.
to the BMW,
Because with the body cameras, there's a lot of money
the
that can be
FV
saved.
license plate.
So another thing that is on my mind is that you said you went to
The
China,
FV
which
now
is
for
what, the
the
one that puzzles me,
BMW on the same road,
for that
same camera,
equipment.
more or less
But
the same time.
At that same sentence, you spoke about
same
e-filing.
with a difference.
I don't know whether I
of,
was wrong or something.
seconds
Digitalizing files and stuff like that.
apart.
Okay.
At
My
1
question
second.
around that is that,
Yes.
21:05 and 1
would
second.
you mind considering
So we just do the same
SMMEs
exercise
from South Africa
to show
to
the
do
pattern.
those digital
With the
filings,
second one, so
including
the
the
second
Z83?
from the
Because
top
you see, when
and the
people
back.
apply for jobs in South Africa, the
Second from the
Z83
top,
takes
also
a
for
lot of
the
time, and sometimes it carries dust there. And with the AI, it can help SAPs and South Africans that it determines on the spot that this person qualifies to apply or not. So I don't know whether it should be a question or not, but I would emphasize that, please, on that note,
And if we compare that with the
please.
BMW.
If you may say something about that also.
No, you're correct, Honorable Shongwe. I fully agree with you
it's the second
in terms
one.
of creation of
And
jobs
the time
and in
is-
terms of assisting us as the SAPS. The other issue is that we might not have the money now. We are realistic to do the police stations all over, to do the courts all over, do everything all over. But if we can digitalize some of the processes,
You mixed up
our
the two.
people
It's
will
the-
be able
it's
to access them.
21:01 and
Firstly,
58
the other example I said is like if you want,
Yes.
we don't have time, we are
So
busy
the
as we
difference
are,
between the
even
two
if you
is 2
think we are
seconds.
not, we
Yes.
are busy as we are. You will not have time to go and
Um,
queue, maybe to renew your license or
we
any
take
other
one
thing.
more,
So you can be able to do it online.
we-
And like Uber,
take the
and then
last
it can be
LY,
Ubered to you, you
last
can pay
bucky
30
one on the
rand
left-hand
and then be
side.
able to still do the other job rather than spend it on the queue. And the other one also help
one.
our
Are you
people,
able to-
especially from the
First
rural
hand.
areas. You know,
The
in
one
terms
that's
of
a 1, 2,
transport,
3,
they would
the
have
fourth
one
one
bus
top.
in the morning and one bus in the evening. And I've seen many
Oh,
of
on your-
them,
on your
old
screen,
people
it's the
sleeping
first
at the
one.
police station, those
On my
bench.
screen
And
is
it
the
really
first one.
breaks your heart
the
to have that kind of
LY360
situation. And when you ask them, they want to certify, they want this information and that information. And I think if we can make those process very easy, there is no need also to be able for them to travel. Actually, they don't even have that money to
so then
travel.
if we move down
And
to the
in most
BMW,
cases, they're not helped and they still have to
does that
come
show?
again. So I'm definitely agreeing
Which
with you,
is
even the Z83
three,
and
the
everything.
third
That is why my topic is saying factors that impede e-government. E-government is all the services of e-government. It's just that I was concentrating on transport and community and safety.
Yeah, the correct word is e-government. We saw that in G20. There was a lot of SMMs there.
Okay.
All right.
So
You are a very
20,
sweet
34,
person in person. I've met you a couple of
seconds.
times. Unfortunately,
So
we
this
have to meet in
is,
these circumstances.
And the one
Please forgive
before
me.
it was 2033.
Who
and
appoints the
15
ministers
seconds.
and who
So
at the deputy ministers and who do they
45
account
seconds
to?
apart.
Yes,
Thank you,
Commissioners, that is
Honorable
the
Member.
exercise
In terms
and
of, if you can go
part
into my
one.
statement, I think, in
Once
terms
you
of the
receive
Constitution,
this data,
93A,
which is,
the deputy ministers are
advance,
appointed by the
but
president,
then it
and then the
will
B
need,
says,
that thorough
he said
analysis
they're appointed by the
determine
president
the days
among
and
members
times,
of the National Assembly.
when the
And then also
two
B
vehicles are
says
moving
he
together
can
and
also
when they are
appoint two
separate.
deputy ministers
Does it
who
assist
are
in
not
terms of
in there.
proving,
So it's the president
the
that
point
appoints.
of
Accountability?
investigation that you
Who
are
do you account to?
Accountability
And
is
have you and your
Parliament,
team done a
very
thorough
clear.
analysis? I
And
understand
then
that this is
also
here for
in
illustrative
terms of the
purposes, but have you
executive
done a
powers
thorough
that you have
analysis?
been given.
Yes,
So
On the
who
moves
does
both
your
ways to
performance
we have
assessment?
done a thorough analysis.
The performance
that is
assessment
talking to our
under normal
points of
circumstances
investigation.
should be done by the president
What
and
does
the
the
minister.
analysis show you?
How often?
It will depend, normally quarterly
Commissioners,
or half
as I
yearly
requested,
or at the end of the
maybe
year.
that,
It will
there
depend.
are parts of
Okay, in the
this
past 12 months, have you done
investigation
any?
that,
I think you are aware
request
that we
they
never had
remain
any
on
delegation.
camera,
And then how would you do that? But for
after
now,
we've
at least I have two
secured
delegations.
evidence and
I have the
data, we
delegation
felt
on
that we can
GBVF.
share,
I know that
and
I will
then
be
the-
assessed on it. I have
final
delegation
results
on the
that,
integrated
is
crime and
turning
violence
this into
prevention
an
strategy.
evidence,
I'll
and
be
then we think that we need to finalize
assessed
that
on
type
it.
of investigation
Thank you.
first.
Your experience tells
Okay,
me
is
that
it fair
you
to
may
say
have,
that,
possibly, you
at
may
le-
have
at the
come
minimum,
across
what
or
we
came
see
across
is that
an
the
issue
two
of
paths
ghost salaries.
move together. Is
That
that
Should I continue, Chair? Or should
That
I-
is
You
correct.
may have
More
came
especially,
across
Commissioners, if
an
we
issue
look
of
at
ghost salaries.
The main heading for
So
our
what I want
discussion,
you to
the
explain to
link,
me, how do you feel about
that we
such,
have been
those ghost
working
salaries, people who
on,
earn salaries, behlezi emakhaya,
that talks to the office
bengenzi
of
lutho,
DMC,
bangaziwa. What's your
Mr.
feeling
Nkosi
about
and
that?
Kacha.
No, there's no way in which we should
So
be
we were
able to
able
pay
to-
people who
you've
are not doing their
identified
work.
the BMW
And that
and
is
the,
why in your system, as you
ownership of
build
the
it,
BMW and the
you must be
driver.
able to, from
we
time to
now,
time, make audit
do the
of
same
your employees. What we did in Limpopo at one stage, they said everybody is going to get salary by a check. And you must come with the ID personally to come and sign for it. Then that's where we realized that we had more, I think it was more than 2,000 ghosts or whatever. So if you also have digitalized, your employees, the information and others, it will be able to give you the information that you need. Even tell you
Yes,
that
Commissioner,
Polibuchielo is
using
going
the
to be 60
CCTV
in
footage
3 months'
gave
time
us,
and retire,
concrete
and say to you then,
and then
start
using the-
recruiting so that
license
as I go out in
recognition
3
system,
months, the person must
needs
just
to
come
be
in on the
coupled
first so that we
with
don't have
the
also
either,
those gaps. So it's a lot of
local
things
or
that
internal
can be done,
tracker,
and I
as well
agree
as
with
the
you
one
fully.
three-
If I may ask,
that will give
what is the difference
particulars of
between
the
your
driver,
salary,
the purpose of
Deputy
the driver.
Minister
So it's
Matale,
the part that
and the
we are
ghost
still
salaries?
wrapping
What is the
up.
difference?
Thank you, thank you.
As you
Okay, so
know,
you're not able
as
to
a
say at
member,
this point.
is the same.
Driver is
Ours and yours are.
No. Let me just clarify.
Okay.
The ghost salaries, people earn salaries for doing nothing,
So the Baki,
and your salaries and DP Matale. What's the difference between the two?
can we
I think you were not here when the
Turn to
question was
CJC
asked, what was my
31,
responsibility? I can take
page
you through
15.
in terms of my
You
statement.
just told me now
of
that
Exhibits bundle?
the president can't do a performance assessment with you because they were not delegated
Can I ask that you
functions, right?
on
Yes.
the
Which
vehicle
means now, if the president has to assess you, there must be something given to you to do. They cannot assess you on what you decided to do. For example, you went and did the zamazamas, as you say.
Okay.
That was your interaction or intervention, I'm saying.
So
It was not the president. The president cannot
Should we
assess you on
begin
that,
from there,
right? Do we agree?
You did not
you
understand.
describe
Okay.
Honorable
Please
members.
make me understand.
Remember,
slides,
you also
please.
get delegation
Thank you,
or
Commissioners. In an
assignment.
attempt
Let
to
me not talk about the
consolidate,
delegation.
all
Assignment
the information
from the
that
cabinet executive. Remember,
collected and
when the
confirmed
the
to
president appoints the cabinet,
Starting
he
with
appoints the
the
minister
vehicle itself,
and the
as
deputy
we
ministers,
can
not the
see it
ministers
in the
and then
picture
finish
as
the
well as
deputy
the
ministers
registration
and say you'll
numbers.
patch yourself what
And
to do.
on
It's very
top,
clear what your responsibilities
I think
are.
if we
So I said in
down,
terms of the minister, who would from time to time give us
up,
responsibilities
up,
to do,
we'll
and we're
see
doing
the
them,
Lieutenant
including
General who is
accounting
linked
to
with
our portfolio
the driving
committees that I've said that
the
we
same car,
needed to account to.
on the 9th of October.
Chair, did you notice my hand?
And
For a follow-up
maybe
question.
also to mention that we have additional information that
Can I come in?
is showing
No,
that
let's
is
allow
helping
Honorable
us with
Shongo
the
I think he
daily
wants to
movement
respect
of
To
the
conclude
car.
his time, just write your questions down yourself, and Honorable Matthias, you'll come in
That
when
will
he's done.
direct us to the identification of drivers
All right,
or
thank you, sir.
driver as we finish.
So I want to understand, when you say
But the purpose of
the
this
minister
part
can only
is
assess you on the
mainly
delegation
to confirm
given to you,
the car
and you say
and
in the past 12
the
months you have not done that. So
driver,
does he assess you on the performances that you are, the side jobs that you are given? Are you assessed on those?
Honorable member, I'm not talking about the side jobs. It says that you assist the minister.
registered
So the
or
minister will
owned
give responsibility.
by
And I
a
said,
gentleman
if you have read my
named
statement
Scanik
at a
Stewart
strategic level
James.
and support level. So I'm a member of the executive, so
if
the
we
responsibilities that I will be given to will be executive in nature.
Back up,
So you would say you are earning your salary.
let's scroll again.
I didn't understand you when you talk about the ghost workers. Yes. Actually, I think I'm underpaid. Thank you.
You under?
Paid.
Okay.
So a quick.
So you might
Are you saying you are an
profile
underpaid
of
ghost
the
worker?
owner of the car.
I understand when you
As I've
talk about
mentioned,
the
Mr.
ghost,
James,
that you wanted to say I'm a ghost. I
total
can
of
show you.
24 cases.
I've shown it
He was
in my
found guilty
diary,
on 18
which I think if you can compare it with yours,
11 will
you
be drawn.
you will not
5
even come
was
nearer
found not
to
guilty.
it.
That
You
is
know,
the profile
this is
as
the
per our
only
systems
October
of the
1.
owner
Is that the salary?
of the car.
Is the
No.
the diary?
Or the one that you made for yourself?
No.
Okay, so
You were
the
not
18
here when I went through.
No, I'm
I was
talking-
asked the question. I went through it. I'm
And
saying
in which he was found guilty.
this notion, and I
Scroll
clarified
down
it when I
to
started.
see the
This
details
notion
of
that deputy ministers just earn their salaries and not do anything
can
is
start
not
with
correct.
that, yes.
And I went to all length, to be able to do
The
that. I don't know
profile
that
of the cases
you want me
may be then,
to start again.
No, I get what
Get
you're
the
saying.
guidance from
My
the
questions,
commissioners if
I
we have
think
to
my
go
confusion
through
with
all
together with South
20
Africans is this.
or 5
You
of
said
them,
3 days before
but we are just
the minister was removed. You had
listed
you and
all of them,
DP
starting
Matale had
with
to
the
go
Brighton Beach.
and
Most
deliver a
of them
speech.
are from
Budget.
KZN.
The budget,
There
I would
is
say.
only
Thank
one
you for that.
that is from
Now,
the Northwest
I
province.
want to question the fact
Starting
that
with the Brighton Beach
is the
number,
president
of 2011,
thinking of South
where he
Africans
was found.
Perhaps
in terms where
only those where
there's a
he was
wastage
found
of
guilty.
money. One, you were not delegated functions.
Chair. And then
Number two,
the
there's
next
2
one where he
ministers
was found
who are
guilty
earning salaries
also
with no functions.
same year,
An
in
acting
January,
minister coming from outside the
which is
cabinet,
few months
the structure of
before
MPs and stuff like
the
that.
Brighton Beach one. He
And
was found, he
another
committed
acting minister, which
with
was
the case
Honorable
number is
Mantashe,
day of
and now the
offense.
suspended minister.
So it's not
You
the
guys
day
say
of,
you took charge,
of
and you
conviction
delivered.
or being found
so
guilty.
why did the president
So
not
moving
save
to
money
the
third one
according to
found
you.
guilty, Durban
So-
sent
Why
The
did not
Chatsworth
the
one
president
was
not
for
save money by taking one of the two
Chatsworth in
of the
January,
DPs and
to
appoint
same year,
them
2011,
into being a minister? If you guys can deliver and can do the function, doesn't it also look bad on your credibility that we cannot trust you because the president doesn't trust you that you can deliver? He decided, no, I cannot take one of these two. I'll just go outside the parliament and look outside the parliament for somebody whom I can put there. And I believe that had he not done that, he would have saved money by not appointing a person who was working outside, who didn't need a job, but given that gave that person a space.
Found guilty in 2011 on the fifth month.
like to raise a point
the
of order.
busiest years with
Yes,
the
it's a
quick
point of order.
analysis from
Chair, we
2010,
sat
2011.
here and we
are still
endured
there. Then we are
Honorable
moving
Matthys,
to
and we
the
didn't
next
call
one,
point of orders
Durban, North
when she
Cape,
was doing
same
exactly
year,
what Honorable Shongwe did, and I think
2
to a
months
certain extent
apart,
maybe Honorable Souls.
another theft of
It is
Honorable
not
David
fair
found guilty.
to the witness that we expect the witness to account for the thoughts of other people.
Another
And we cannot expect the
carjacking,
witness to be able to
same
respond to
year on
things
the
that are
6th
outside
month,
the purview.
it looks
And I
like
think
then,
that we should not
there is
allow
a
that to happen,
carjacking or theft
Honorable
each
Chair.
and
It's-
every
it's-
month.
Point of order sustained.
Different police stations.
Let me
Sorry,
redirect my
Hillcrest.
question, Chair.
Another Hillcrest on the
Point of order,
the Howick,
Honorable Matthys.
2011 again.
Chair,
on
there's a
the 10th
difference
month,
between
theft of
asking
motor
the
vehicle.
deputy minister
Another
in
one,
her
Malvern,
experience to tell
another
us what
car
she thinks
hijack,
about something and asking
followed by
whether
the Marine Hill,
what the other person was thinking. And our
2011
questions are
again,
on the line on what does she
on the
think
6th
or what
month,
is her
another
interpretation
car,
of events.
hijacking found
And
guilty.
that's two very different
Then not
things.
guilty,
So it's not something to
withdrawn,
endure, Honorable Member.
Yeah, that point of order is
Then
not
guilty
sustained,
again,
Honorable.
2011 case
On a
carjacking,
point of order, Chair.
Newlands East in
On a point of
Durban.
order, Chair.
Another one,
Chair,
not far
there's
from
absolutely
Durban,
nothing,
Pinetown.
nothing wrong
On the 6th month, another
with putting a
carjacking
proposition
found
to a
guilty.
witness.
And then,
And
they
that does
withdrawn,
not preclude
withdrawn.
a right of a
Another one,
witness
Richards Bay,
to give
2012,
an
for a change
answer
now,
to her satisfactory.
away from 2010,
The witness can
2011.
say, I can't answer this one
The
because
assault,
it's not within my competence.
followed by
The witness
common
can say, I
assault
agree.
around the
The
same
witness
area,
can say,
Richards Bay,
I do not agree.
and, malicious
So
damage
let's not want
property,
to be active
Just a second.
on how
Richards
the
Bay was
witnesses must
2021.
answer to questions
2021.
and want to prescribe questions for members.
Richards Bay,
Because there is no gun that is put on the witness to say, respond like this.
of a motor vehicle in
The witness can
2011.
say, no, I can't respond because I feel that this question must be responded to by the relevant person, either by the minister or by the president. So I'm afraid, Chair, if we are going to be after each other like this, in terms of wanting to ascertain questions which are relevant or not relevant, without making a consideration of how the witnesses respond to a question, I think, Chair, we're going to defeat the whole purpose of this fact-finding process. So let's allow members to ask questions, and if a witness says, no, I can't answer, and the witness will tell you if they need your protection, to say, Chair, on this one, I think I cannot answer. And the member is insisting that I must answer, even though I've made an indication that I can't answer. So please protect me.
As reflected,
But
there are lots
I
of
am
questions.
protecting you, and I'm protecting the
commit
guests
so
that we
many theft
invite
and
here,
hijackings
and I'm
within the
protecting
space
the
of 2 years and
integrity of
you are
our
found
process.
guilty,
We have the
how
terms of
many years and
reference
when are
that
you
we have
serving
adopted.
your
And
sentences?
furthermore, we
Because
must be
everything
consistent
is like
ourselves as
in
honorable
a very short
members.
space of
It is
time.
not
That is
kind
part
when
of
a member
investigation
asks a
that is
question
ongoing.
and
That is
then
the criminal
you expect the
profile
witness to
of
say
the
no.
owner of
I will
the
not
party
answer to this
so far.
question. What we
So
do, let's
this
ask the
is
questions that
the
are framed
vehicle,
within our terms of reference. If you
That
you need
General
an
Sibiya got
opinion,
into on
you
the
can
day
say,
of
what is your
the
opinion on
raid
this
on
matter?
his home.
And I think it helps us to move forward. And I'm going to plead,
This is
honorable
the
members,
person who owns it, and
let's move forward and not make this a
he
matter
has
for a
quite a
point of
long rap
debate.
sheet
Honorable Souls.
and quite
Thank you,
serious
Chair. I
crimes
just wanted
too.
to state that we
Would you
My
agree?
questioning was in line with our terms
I
of
fully
reference.
agree.
For the record. Thank you.
Commissioners.
Yeah,
Okay, so if we
okay.
want to wrap up this
No,
section.
no, he says the question that he asked you
Unless there's anything else you want to
was
say.
within
on
the
this
terms
item.
of reference. You are left with 2
Even
minutes.
Honorable Shongwe's
Then
question.
we turn to
Is
You are
in
left
line.
with 2 minutes, Honorable
CJC
Shongwe.
32.
No. When they started,
Page 16.
we were at 39.
And
So
can you
there
describe
was 1
what we
minute.
see in that
There was 1 minute
picture?
left, and
And the
1 minute
picture
and
is the
seconds.
day
So
the
I
Deputy National
credit
Commissioner
those
was
seconds to
appearing
a
in the
minute.
ad
So you
hoc
have 2
committee
minutes left.
with the same gentleman, owner
You are
of the
expiring
car,
at
acting,
14 hour 46.
like
Wish you were
his
not an
close
ANC member,
protector,
because those questions would be 5 minutes now. But
highest
I'm joking, Chair.
offices of
No, the reason I'm asking this is that,
for
you know,
2 days.
in King Espeganena, South Africa, Chair,
we then kept
having members that want to lead, benganawo members, yona ke into esibangela inkinga leyo. Yingakho ngibuza u-Deputy Minister, that's why I'm asking the Deputy Minister that,
Okay,
in her own thinking,
so.
how does she feel
Is the
with
purpose
this
of
fact
this
that,
photograph
you see,
to
I'm
show
coming
that
from a
he is,
Davidson, in a place
in the
called,
presence of
there's a
General
Twatwa,
Siya
there's
and
Barcelona where there's no transformers of electricity and all that. And we need to save cost for those things, Chair. It's important. So now when the president decides to take a person from outside,
Parliament.
you being appointed, you have a right to say, hey, President, I think take one of the deputy ministers.
You show the ownership of the
Kwenzakalani now?
Hilux double cab.
I shouldn't ask questions, Chair.
How did you establish?
Now, I was just clarifying this where I was going because the
That
question
is
will be taken
correct,
out of
Commissioner.
context.
When we do
Yeah, Bo.
the
So I want to
images,
push that
we
point so
want
that it's
to
clearly
do them
understood
in
that
line
Unembeza is important as a leader, Chair, that if you do take
personal
accountability and
information
cost-saving measures, wouldn't it have been
confirm
an opportunity for you to say to the President, President, before you appoint outside, please look inside, let's save money, because we're paying 5 salaries
the photo
for
image,
one position.
from the
It's
other
5.
system.
Mantashe, Honorable Mantashe,
On the other
the 2 of you, and acting and the minister. They were paid 5 salaries. We could have saved money there.
Complicated for me, but
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me correct you, it's 4. Honorable Mantashe is already a Minister of Minerals. And so,
Are you saying when he acted, it got nothing?
no.
person you see in CJC.
And then, one, remember the President appoints ministers, doesn't ask you whether I can, you
Just by
appoint
looking
me
at this
and
photo,
not.
how are you able
But
to
also
tell that
secondly,
that is the
while deputy ministers, we are members of the executive, but not
maybe
cabinet
then,
members.
The time of the honorable member is up. Honorable Matthews, you wanted to ask your follow-up question. What is your follow-up question?
I'm even scared
Thank you
to
so
ask
much,
now
Honorable
because we're
Shongwe.
not
What
sustaining
we
anything with me.
projecting
Chair.
is what has
Just
been
quickly, it was just on clarity,
different
Dr. DM. You've said you now have responsibilities, but with the new acting minister, you've been
images
assigned
as well as
responsibilities
information behind
of the GBV and, am I right?
But we're not done.
I'll use
Okay,
maybe
so the question here is not about
layer
responsibilities,
that,
but more about do you have
moving
designated
areas
functions now
like
and have you received a
the
letter for
parliament,
it?
like
And can we have a copy of the
this
letter
area
so far on what your
affected,
designated functions
and
are?
then my correct particulars must
Remember,
be captured
delegations
somewhere.
can also not
Now,
be
if
in
they will
writing.
be
But for
confirmed,
now,
if they will
this
be
is what
checked
the
against
minister said I must do.
particulars that
But
are in
as we
the
finish
registration,
others, I think you'll be
of
able
the
to
car.
write comprehensive
I'm not saying that's
functions
what we
in terms
did.
of what
So you
I'm
don't have
expected
still
to do.
then-
An example.
I'm asking for a point of clarity, Chair, please bear with me, I'm not
Why are
being
you
difficult.
sounding like the National
And
Commission?
DM, I'm also not being
Asked about
difficult
the
with you, and I
WhatsApps.
also don't think you must take it personal when
He
we're
was not
questioning this thing
confirmed.
about deputy ministers.
Or
And it's not a
deny. He
reflection
left it
on
in
whether
the
you've
air.
been working or not working.
So my last
As
question
the
is,
public and
when
as
you
members
say
of parliament, it's
gentleman
you're
that
supposed
is
to have
in
designated
CJC
functions.
32
All
is a
deputy
personal
ministers, not
protector
just you. So the bigger question
General
here on what we're trying to
How
deal
do you
with
know
is that
that?
are our ministers and is our
Personal
cabinet
protectors
failing
of commissioners
South Africans? We are
employed by
allocating
SAPS.
budgets
Is this
and then they
gentleman
are not
employed by
doing their
SAPS or
jobs
is he a
by
private
giving you these designated functions that you're supposed to,
No,
so
that-
you
that
can
is
answer
very
for.
correct,
So I'm just
Commissioner.
asking,
The
that process,
personal
I don't know how it
protectors
works with the other deputy
sub-senior
ministers, whether they get,
officers
these are your
employed
designated
by
functions, because if
subs,
you are
but in
appraised,
this
there
case,
needs to be
then
something
for-
in writing. So Chair, that's what I'm trying to
for
determine.
different reasons.
That's what I'm saying, not yet in right. We'll be finishing it because we're preparing to come here to.
So the
to
deputy,
this.
so the acting minister's been running around in China instead of also sorting out, or
Yes.
wherever he
Okay,
is,
can
instead
we
of
take,
sorting
Yeah,
out.
but also
Thank
to
you.
say other
Honorable,
deputy ministers have.
The time for follow-up is over. Can we take Honorable Nomvalo, your follow-up?
Yeah, no, my follow-up is almost,
allocation of,
I'm being interrupted,
high
Chair.
and
Maybe
some
the EFF is attacking me, Chair. Can I be protected?
will talk.
You are on the platform, Honorable Member.
Yeah.
I want to move to Honorable James and
No, no, Vale,
Let's-
she's not
let's
attacking
speak-
you.
let's
We are
speak
going
res-
to as well, like, Chair.
Yeah, no, Chair.
let's speak
My question is almost similar to that of Honorable Mateis. The DM, still I'm under attack, Chair. The DM has said that she will now be assessed because there are functions which have been delegated to her. Now, my follow-up question is, since you said that you were assigned functions which are executive in nature, do you mean that when you say you will now be assessed, do you mean that for the past 12 months your duties were not
The
assessed?
information that talks to the protection of
Honorable
senior
Member,
officers,
I think it has
normally
been said
coupled with a
in this
threat and risk
committee
assessment that is
that
a-
we don't
a
have the
classified
delegations,
document.
but we had
It's
work that
something
we're
that
doing,
would
and
be
I showed
between
you what I was doing and everything.
senior officer
So it
and
means I
national
would not
commissioner
get a
who's
bonus,
approving.
but I work for
So,
people.
Yeah, no, I get that, DM. But do you mean that that work that you have been assigned to has not been assessed up until today?
Not yet.
One that talks to myself.
Thank you so
That's
much.
what I needed.
Because
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much.
For protection purposes.
Deputy Minister, is there
No,
anything?
Chair. No. Point of order, Chair. Sorry, Honorable.
I had a follow-up.
I would
My
understand
hand was up
that
first.
to relate
Oh, I was
to
noted.
Chair nodded to me.
whether
Chair, you're doing the same thing you did in the last meeting.
provided
No, it's fine.
Today, I can't accept it, Chair.
It's okay, Honorable Sol. My apologies. You are right. Your hand was up before Honorable Sangoni. May we start with you?
I am not able to divulge that information.
Thank you, Chair.
for
Honorable
security reasons.
Doctor,
But the
just for
answer that
clarity,
you have
I
given does not
understood you
answer
to
the
say
question.
that even though there was not delegations, but you
Maybe then,
have
Chair,
at
with
least
your permission,
two
if I can
delegated
combine
responsibilities.
the two
So
responses
you
into
are a
one.
deputy minister with
that
at least two delegated responsibilities.
We are custodians of
Can I
threat and
clarify? I'm
assessments
saying with the current acting
for
minister, the
everybody
two,
associated
with the
SAPS.
current.
Yes, but as we sit here now, we can
Yes,
say you
yes.
are deputy minister
Yes.
with formally delegated responsibilities.
Yes, and we are not done. When we finish this process, because we're preparing this, we had to really take you serious and prepare and come and do statement, and others were going to finish the rest. He will come, I think, tomorrow also to say
Yeah, but
how it's going to
for
be.
now is two.
Threat and risk
Yes,
assessment.
for now it's two.
Thank you. Honorable
And I can say them, or
No, it's fine. Nobody asked which are those, but you have said them. You say gender and integrated what. Honorable Sangoni.
My follow-up, Chair. Deputy Minister, are you appointed in terms of the Public Service Act or the
provided us
Constitution,
with
Section
the,
9 that you indicated?
Proof of ownership of the BMW, and you
thank you
haven't
very
done that with
much,
this
Honorable.
vehicle.
I'm appointed in terms of the constitution of this
Thank you.
country.
Now, DM, in the Constitution or any other law that you know of, is there anything that requires you to have a performance assessment?
Thank you,
No.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
We can refer to it as an omission when we are packaging, but we have.
Okay. Is there any member who still wants to ask a question
So you have official
before we go to Honorable
proof that
James?
this is his vehicle.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Will you make that available?
ANC, is there any member who wants to ask a question
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
before we go to
Commissioners.
Honorable
Just
James?
a few questions following from that.
MKP.
The first is
there any member who wants to
confirm that
ask a follow-up
the owner
question
of the
before we
Toyota
go to
is
Honorable
Mr.
James?
that you referred to, right?
Okay.
And you, in response to
So
Commissioner Beloy
in
just
the
now, you
event
said you
where
have a printout
Chair, the
like
follow-up
with the BMW, but
comes after that follow-up
I just want
question,
to confirm
the last one.
what it is.
Now, in
whether
the
you-
events where there is
mean
a
to say that, or whether you
designated
have a
performance plan,
form of
deputy ministers are
printout.
assessed, right?
Because the one for the BMW
It's a normal
is
practice
from
that
the
their
internal
performance
system.
is assessed. It has
Is
been
it the
established.
same kind of printout? I understood that to be for vehicles that belong to
I'm saying in the event where the delegation of functions
response,
has
the
been made
vehicles
on
that
time,
belongs to
their
subs,
performance is
are
assessed. Is that
centralized
correct?
in terms of proxies.
So it's an
Hence,
established
the
protocol
system will be
that their
different.
performance is assessed from time to time.
For the
Thank you.
individual, the system.
Is there any other
most of
follow-up
us,
question?
As we register our vehicles, it will be reflected on the
Can we
ENATIS system.
move to
Okay, so it's a different system, but
Honorable
proof that it
James
is registered
now
to
6
this
minutes
individual that you named.
to
That's correct,
3.
Commissioners.
And
Your
Before you
time
continue, will
will
that
expire
be
at
marked
10
as
minutes
CJC
past
33
3.
or something else?
Thank you so much, Chair.
When
Good afternoon,
it comes.
DM.
When it
DM,
comes,
do you believe
I-
your testimony here today added any value to the mandate of this
I think
committee?
for the sake of not interfering with the next witnesses' exhibits, we'll make it
Good
32.1.
afternoon, Honorable James. Surely, yes, you have. It's just that we are not going through the annexures that are here and all other things. Yeah, I think it has added value.
Do you
And
think your
you-
testimony
you-
adds
you
value
confirm
towards you sort of justifying
that
that
it
you
is
are
the
keeping
same
busy?
person
or it
in the
adds
picture
value
on the
towards South
screen right
Africans
now is the
actually
same
getting to the
person
bottom of this?
That's
As
in
I
the picture
explained, Honorable James,
on the
unless if you
slide
want me
with
to go
the
back and
guilty
explain what do I do.
convictions.
Yes,
That is correct,
I think it
Commissioner.
adds value.
And
I
you've
was with
conducted
you,
an
Honorable
investigation
at the
in
court
order to
there,
establish
in terms of
that
the
is indeed the
GBVF.
same
Minister
person.
DM,
That is
with all
correct.
due respect, I don't want us to go there today. I want to ask you,
And
are you
just to
aware
follow
of
up
the fact
also
that Brown
on the
Mokgotsi
question
was
of
attacked in his car?
protection,
That's what the
do
socials
I
are saying this
understand you
morning.
to be saying that
Are you aware
a
of an
senior
incident that took place?
I was
officer in
preparing
the
to come
SAPS
here
doesn't
and never
automatically have
look, watch
protection,
TV or social media.
protected?
I'm just asking because I'm
It's not
worried. Remember
automatic.
earlier on we spoke about the big fish.
That is
and we need to
correct.
get to the bottom of
It's
this.
not
And having
automatic.
you here today, I feel
It's
Deputy
always,
Minister should have maybe come at the end. We need the likes of Brown Mokgotsi
recommendation,
and those people that is
is
distributing
given
drugs into our
after
communities. Do you
threat and
agree?
risk assessment has been conducted.
Okay.
I thought in terms of the
So,
terms of
it's not
reference,
automatic.
they
And to the
point
question
out
where
to
the
you
General
who
Sabia
need to be
has
here and who need
SAPS
to not be here.
protectors, your
And I hope,
answer is just
Honorable
get
James,
that
you
here
are not
because I
saying,
didn't
because I'm
quite
not a
get it
small fish,
when
I'm a
the
tadpole.
chair was asking.
No, I'm not saying anything.
So-
This is actually a very serious matter because you
Does
know what,
General
sitting here,
Sabia have
hailing from a
SAPS
community, just this weekend,
protectors?
6 children, 9 people were
Looking
gunned
at
down in
the
Reichenbach.
level in
Mothers
terms
were
of the
shot,
police,
assassinated in their
is
heads.
supposed to have
People that are embroiled
the
in this
only
should have
part
been on the
that one
scene,
cannot detain
assisting our communities
in
and
this
ridding our
platform
communities of crime.
is
Minister, you have
confirm yes or no,
continuously here today, you have
because
shown us your busy
currently,
diary and
because
showed us that every day there's something in
TRA
there. Do you think, would you agree with me that when you don't have a coordinated approach towards a certain goal,
subject
you can just be keeping
and
busy doing absolutely
whoever
nothing,
is
and there's no
responsible
impact for South Africans on the
for
ground?
the
So do you agree with me that keeping busy does not necessarily translate
He might need
to
it
an
after you've
impact
done
that will favorably respond to South Africans in terms of the
but we
crime
won't
patterns
press any
unfolding in
further
our
with
communities?
the status
I
of
think
the
it depends
protection.
what you means.
I'm
We are
saying,
now
Minister,
When you say you are busy,
I'm saying, DM, that when you have
is
when
there
you
anything
have
else
a
you wish
deputy
to
minister,
say
the three of you in my
about this link
thinking
that
should
you
be
were
working hand in
trying
hand.
to make?
hand in glove towards resolving the crime issues that our country is experiencing.
Thank you so much,
We have you
Commissioners.
having
The-
a full diary.
concern
We have the other deputy
that,
minister saying that he doesn't have a job, he doesn't have work to do, and we have the minister in cahoots with alleged criminals. Does that move this country forward? That is what South Africans are seeing right now. The disconnect between three people that's meant to be working in a coordinated approach.
I can't respond to that, Honorable Member.
All I'm asking, DM, you are a well-learned person. Do you not agree with me as a woman and as a mother, take off your cap as a DM, that we need a coordinated approach and the three of you need to be working hand in glove
That is working
towards
very
putting an
hard.
end
Yes, I agree
to the
with you.
shootings in the Cape Flats, in Reiger Park, in Eldorado Park,
In Mthatha.
in Tata, everywhere else in our country.
Absolutely.
And that is not happening.
That is
It's happening.
what I
It is not. How do you say it is happening, DM, when the deputy minister last week said
we are facing
that he has no duties?
as SAP.
You have come here and you've said that you have a full diary. It is not coordinated.
Infiltrated.
It is not towards a certain outcome. That is what I'm trying to show you. Yes, you are keeping busy, no doubt.
Easily be any other
But
way.
it is not serving South Africans when you don't have a proper plan. You know that that's where the goalposts are. That's where we all need to work towards. You are ultimately failing South Africans by purely keeping busy.
Of those that need
Can
to
answer
deal with
for
these
another one.
cases.
You're not
Very
answering for
much
another one. I'm just
But
asking
I
for
said
your
I
opinion.
agree with you that we
them
need
to come
to
close.
operate in a very coordinated manner to deal with the issue. In particular, I said the safety of our communities and also ensuring the sovereignty of our country. Thank you.
DM, you know what? It's not rocket science that
Confirming and proving
you have no involvement really
that we are
in the
facing
crime that is
as
unfolding
because
within
the other
SAPS.
thing
That is
we
just
are
might be
looking at
proven
is the
wrong at a later stage, but for where we're at right now.
that are part
But
of
also, DM,
syndicates
the fact that you have such a big position that carries so much weight,
This is a must
and you see something on social media,
It's
and
a
all that
must
worries
that
you
they must
is
be
it
closer
authentic or is it fake?
higher
And you don't
levels.
probe it, despite feeling
so as
uncomfortable,
then it
despite
becomes
having your own opinion. You don't stand up and you say, Minister, are you sure that this is the right step? Are you sure that we should be doing this? And you don't probe, and you just leave it like that.
It's this commission or the
I think I've answered it. The minister has the executive
I'm
authority.
asking it now, DM. I'm asking it.
You want me to?
I need you to answer if, whether you've answered it before. I am asking. I need certainty and surety here today that you are the right person, that you are fit for this post, that if ever something comes to your attention and you are uncomfortable, you'll raise your voice in the interest of South Africans.
I think I've said it here and gave an example where I have personally stood up and say what need to be said.
What was that when you saw that letter? Because in your testimony, I read that you received it on social media, you saw it, and you were sort of satisfied at the fact that the minister verified that, yes, he had penned that letter, and that's where you left it.
I didn't say I was satisfied necessarily. I was just saying he confirmed that it was not. And in terms of how I felt, I think the SC asked me how I felt, and I said it how I felt.
How did you feel, DM? Because I keep on saying I'm asking the questions now.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed. What did you do with that disappointment? Did it translate to any action, tangible sort of action?
The issue here, Honorable James, is that the letter was already out. I said it here in the statement, and I'm under oath. I'm talking about the statement that I took oath of. I said by that time where I could have, and I said it, I could have made an input and the letter could have been different, but the mere fact that that letter was already out, you know, what was I supposed to do?
No, DM, you cannot just fold your hands and say, what was I supposed to do?
I'm not folding my hands. I'm busy.
It is disappointing to hear that. but I'm going to leave it at that. I seriously don't think that we should have called you at this stage. I don't have any more questions. I'm not going to waste time here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Topper. Your time expires at 20 minutes past.
A year and a half
Thank you,
after the
Chairperson. I
government
won't
of
take so much
national
time.
unity was formed,
Good day, Deputy
top
Minister.
leaders huddled behind closed
A lot
doors
of questions
to
have
do
been answered
what?
and asked,
Exactly.
so I'll be jumping through
The
my
Mazanga
questions.
Commission
so
also
pardon me if
continues
it doesn't always
with
come
new details
in a
about
uniform
Katiso
way.
Molefe's
Deputy
arrest.
Minister, you
Let's unpack
mentioned
it
that
all.
the letter that was
Stick around
circulating
to
was
find out
fake.
why it matters.
And you said the minister called you to explain that it wasn't
Spread
fake.
the
and
fire.
you
Welcome
did
back
try
to
to
the
explain
Sizwe
this, and I did
Welsh
hear you.
Experience, or SMWX.
I just want to ask two parts
Thank
of
you
a
so
question
much for
here.
a
Why did you
wonderful
think it
October
was
month
fake?
where we did over
What brought
13
you to that conclusion that it was most
views,
probably
fam.
fake?
This is
And I really need to get more clarity on why did the minister think that you thought it was fake? Because he called you and had to clarify that specific issue with you.
Podcast, all because
And
of you, your support.
I would just try to
and
understand
us
the
keeping it
reasonings that you
moving
might
around
have
here.
for him phoning you out of the
so
blue
much has happened over
after
the
not
weekend and
consulting
today.
you to actually
I
give the
want to
directive in the
delve
first
into
place.
two
Why
stories.
would
The
he feel
first
it
is
necessary
this
to phone you?
GNU secret retreat that is
On your
emerging
first
and
question,
evolving and
you were
is
saying
just
why the
weird.
letter.
And
Just
then
why did you feel it
what
was-
we heard at the Matlanga
it was
Because
Commission
it was
today
never
as well
discussed
in
with
terms
us,
of
with me
Katiso
as a deputy
Molefe
minister,
and his arrest.
and involved the department.
Now, I just want you to
that
first
I'm
take a look
deputy
at this
minister,
picture of
and,
GNU
you know,
leaders who gathered today.
Then I thought it was just
And
like all
I want you to
these
look
fake
at
things going on, misinformation,
the faces
things going
of
on
the
and
most
everything.
ineffectual
So I thought that's why I thought
coalition you can
cannot.
imagine.
The
For
second
me,
one, the reason why
this
I think the
coalition
minister was here. He
has
explained
been
to this
nothing
committee
short
why
of
he
a
had to take
spectacular
that decision.
anticlimax.
And then I was listening very carefully.
I've never
as
seen
you
a
were
coalition that had
explaining to
so
him,
much hype
or probing
and has
why did he
delivered
take such a
so little for the
decision
people of
on
South
the
Africa.
31st.
Like
and
people
then
of South
all
Africa
others.
came in with hope on
So
this
while
coalition.
he phoned
We were
me
told
out of the blue,
this would be the coalition
I think because
to
of how
bring
we work,
stability and
we normally
prosperity.
consult each other. And I think
where
for sure
are we?
he thought, why are
Well,
we not asking about
Apparently,
the
we
letter?
are at the point where a
You know,
year and a half
then
later
maybe
they've
that's
woken
why
up
he phoned to say,
they're
no,
awake,
it's not a fake.
and they went on a
this
retreat
is me,
and didn't invite
I've written that letter.
the media
So
to the
just
retreat.
to clarify, Deputy Minister,
So
you're
they
saying
decided
it was important
in
enough
typical
for him to consult
GNU
you that it
fashion
was fake or not fake, but it was not
not to
important
tell
enough to
the
consult
public
you to
anything
actually
about what they're
execute the
doing,
decision
but to let us find
send out the
out
letter.
after the
Is
fact.
that what you are saying?
So a
Can't
year and a
say
half
on his
later, we
behalf,
hear,
but
oh,
I'm just saying from
there's a
me how I
retreat.
felt.
Okay,
about it.
what's happening
No
at
problem.
this
Thank you,
retreat?
Deputy
Well,
Minister.
the
I do take
communication
note
is
of the
bizarre
inputs that
because
you've
we're not
already
told about
given
it in
on
advance
this
and then it
matter,
leaks,
and you did express that you were
which
very
clearly means that
disappointed.
either one of the
And I have to
politicians
say this
leaked it or
because
they wanted it to leak from the
it
presidency.
catches me.
Who
You say in your
knows?
statement that the
But we
gap
get told there's
created a
this
lack
leak,
of reasonable
probably
and
to make it
adequate
look like the president
consultation.
is finally
And it
galvanizing
gave
his
a
government
opportunity for the controversy to erupt.
But the problem is if you're
And then
one
you
and a half
say,
years
well, I would
late,
ask that, are you
there's no
saying
galvanizing
Minister
happening. It's
Mchunu is
just
directly
embarrassment,
responsible
to be honest.
for the mess we find ourselves
So
in?
we
And I answer
got
specifically
reporting from
because
Lizeka
you
Tambo
must
at Sunday
understand, Deputy
Times,
Minister, this
among
controversy has
others,
created
who
a situation
said
where it
there
has
was no
brought up
agenda for this
portfolios,
meeting.
various portfolios,
I'd
almost
like
to a snail's pace.
to see if the
And
government
it's taxpayers'
would
money is
confirm or
being
deny
spent
that.
to fund this whole thing.
We certainly didn't hear
And
anything.
so
Why don't
that's why I
people of
ask
the
you
country
your
get to
opinion
know
on this
what the
matter.
GNU is
Do
talking
you
about? How come
link Minister Mchunu
we voted you in?
directly
Now we
to
don't
this
even
mess,
get to see the agenda
as
for your
what it
meeting,
alludes to in your
let alone
statement.
the outcomes. I had an interesting
Thank
chat
you very much,
with
Honourable Member.
friend
I'm
of
not,
the show, Tara Ruas,
I don't think the
who
letter
pointed
is a
out
mess,
that
but
the
I
GNU hasn't
think
even had like
you
so
are,
much as a press conference.
Formation as
just
the
the
ad
leaders
hoc
sitting there
committee
telling us what
and
they're going to do and what their
going
priorities
through
are. We have to
TOR,
like
is because of
figure
that
it out by reading the tea leaves and getting leaks from
Deputy
secret
Minister,
meetings.
you spoke about the
It's a mess,
police,
man. It's really
the
high
minister
time
acting
that we
alone.
just accept
And he departed from
that
all
this
protocols for
GNU
dealing with
of
structures
ours
created by the
is a mess.
IMC. You were
It's a
not
big
sure if the
mess.
IMC was receiving
briefing
Then it
reports. I think it's in
emerges
paragraph
today.
33 of your statement, if I'm correct.
Amanda Koza of News
Who
24
were the
among
IMCs
others
at the point of
reporting-
dismantlement?
No.
Who was part of the
There-
IMC?
there
And
was
if
a
there
point
were none,
the
who was he
GNU
meant to
met
consult
to
then? In your view?
adopt
As I
the
said,
medium-term
before this
development plan
committee, the
for
former
2024
minister,
to 29.
Minister Becky Cele, said there was
So let me
IMC.
get this straight. The government
And
met
then Minister Mkunu came
in
here and said
2025.
there was no IMC.
at
I
the
said
end
to
of
you,
2025
when you
to
serve
adopt
in
a
the
plan
IMC,
that runs from
the president will
2024
write you a letter to say you
2029.
are serving in the IMC.
How do you
because
adopt a
it
plan
involves
for
different
what
departments?
was supposed
and
to
then
start
it will
last
give
year?
the lead.
That's like me coming on
so
and saying,
I have not
hey, I'd
received
like to announce the
any letter
SMWX
to
plan
serve
for
in the
2024
IMC.
to 2029.
So that's why
Now.
I didn't know whether it's there or not.
Something
So
just
you're
doesn't
saying
add
you
up
do not
about
know
this
if there's
idea
an
that they
IMC in
meant
place
to
currently?
adopt the medium-term development plan, which
did
is
he-
now the
who was he meant to
statements
consult
we've
if,
got from
if
the
you at
presidency
this point in
to
time
try
still
and
don't know if there's an
rework
IMC in
what
place?
this meeting was really about?
Remember, the
Because
IMC
we've
that
heard
we're
that
talking
there's
about
this medium
consists of the
development plan.
ministers.
It's already been published, so
And then they say
and
the
earlier this year in
PKTT
February,
then report
Department
to
of
the
Monitoring,
minister, is chaired by the
Planning,
Minister of
Monitoring and
Police,
Evaluation
and then they report
said Cabinet had already
to
approved the plan,
the IMC,
and the
I
plan was then
think
published in
there's
March.
a reason why they
So
don't
why did it
report to
take
anybody but the
8
IMC
or 9
because maybe
months
of the sensitivity
for
of
the
issues
GNU
they
to
are
have a
dealing with.
retreat
So there
to
was an
adopt a
IMC
plan
in
that
place,
Cabinet has
Deputy
already
Minister?
adopted.
On the 31st of December, up until that point, was
Nah,
there an IMC in
We're-
place that
we're
the
being
minister
played
could
here.
go to?
Like the
I'm
GNU
not
is-
hearing you.
Just
said,
hoping that you're
I
not
don't
looking
know,
anymore.
because
That's it.
if
Just
I
keep-
was a member,
don't
I
look.
would have
Keep looking at
been given a
Mkhwanazi
letter,
because
so I don't
there's
know.
So,
nothing
Deputy
happening in
Minister,
this
from
GNU.
December up until now,
And it's
we're
really
in
time we started
November,
asking hard questions.
considering
like,
that all of these
what
allegations
happened
have
to
been
promises
brought
about
to light, it's
unemployment?
been televised, it's
What
in the
happened to
Madlanga
promises about
Commission.
growth?
Have you not found an
What
opportunity
happened
to
to
go
promises
find
about
out
the
if an
cost of living?
IMC then in fact exists?
What happened to promises about poverty?
I did, and I did not get
Do I
any
even need to start
satisfactory
talking
answer.
about corruption?
I will leave
I mean,
it
we've
there,
got
Deputy.
two
Your two
parallel
very
commissions
critical
showing us
views.
that
The first
corruption
you
isn't
write
going
in your
anywhere, let alone
witness statements, I think
crime
it's paragraph 40 and 41. On the
I
view
just-
both the
I sit
Minister
back
and the
and I ask
National
you,
Commissioner
on the
should
other
engage
side,
regularly
like,
consultations and
has your
engagements on
life
matters concerning the
dramatically
department.
improved over the
You then
last
go on to a second
16
critical
months?
function area should be
Or has
also
it
take each
stagnated
other
or got
into
worse?
confidence on matters
I'll leave
that
it
have
up to you to
dire
decide.
impact on the efficiency
Look, this
and
GNU
effective functioning of the police service.
had
Those are your
a
two
signature
parts, and they are very, very
proposal.
strong
It said it was
views, but
going to
they
have a
read very
national
much like
dialogue. That was
criticism
going to be the big thing it did.
of
Remember?
what didn't happen. Deputy
Where
Minister,
is
do you
the national-
believe, and I
like,
ask
the
you
national
in your
dialogue is
possible
not even
limited knowledge of the matter,
being
that
spoken
Minister
about
Mchunu actually engaged with the National Commissioner in
There's
regular
no coalition
consultations
document, fam.
in 2024 from becoming
Except the
Minister?
statement of intent that isn't
As I
signed
said,
by
we
all
had
the
a
parties
meeting
at
where
once.
we
It's between the
digested
ANC and all
it,
the other
and then
parties.
it was going on. Even now,
There
and
is
I even
no
gave an example. When we
decision-making
go to a
structure,
portfolio committee or a standing
apart from
committee,
some strange
the national commissioner, as the head
mechanism
of the
where
administration,
parties
then will get the
come together, they
the
send it to
right
this clearinghouse,
head,
and then the clearinghouse sends
to
it to the
prepare
leaders
the
of political
report, and we
parties.
prepare together and go
So then
through
why
them.
didn't the
So when
leaders of
we
political
come to the
parties just
portfolio of the
meet in the
standing
first- it
committee,
just-
all of us are on the same page. So they, yes, they work together very
So they
well.
were
I don't know,
consulting.
man. And I've
Deputy
never seen a
Minister, then
government
do you
that
know
has so
if
little
the Minister and the
pressure on it as well? Like,
National
how do
Commissioner
you expect the
consulted
government to-
specifically
to deliver
on the
if you don't
disbandment
put
of the task team?
pressure on the
If they
government?
were in such
You think the government's going
consultations,
to deliver out
as
of
you
the
say,
kindness of its heart?
were you present at any
If the
meeting?
government
Did you
feels
hear
like there is
anything? Do you know
no
of
pressure
anything?
to improve
They were consulting
lives,
each other.
then
On
it's going
the
to just keep
PKT
stagnating.
disbandment?
Yes.
So do you stand
And
that
to be
he
honest,
closed the
it's on
PKTT
all
on
of
his
the
own
members of the GNU
volition,
at this
or
point.
do
It's
you
not just an ANC
feel that he
problem, it's a
had
DA problem, it's a
consulted
Rise
them?
Mzansi problem, it's a good problem, it's an IFP problem, it's a
I think
PAC problem, it's
issue,
an Al
they've
Jamaa
consulted
problem.
each other. I think
If you
what
voted for these parties,
suppressed all of
well,
us
your vote
and what
contributed to
you must
stagnation
help us
at
as
this
the
point.
committee to get
And it's all
to
well and
this.
good for GNU
It's
partners
why
to say,
then the
well,
letter was
if it
written
wasn't
on
us, the
31st.
worst would be
I think
bad.
that's a reason for my
not your
questioning,
job to
Deputy
tell us
Minister,
about
because
the
I'm
worst
trying to get
alternative.
to
Your
that,
job is to
to
deliver
that point,
the
because
better
we hear on
reality
one
that you
hand,
promised.
nobody was consulted, and the next very,
So, no.
very next
No,
sentence, you hear somebody was consulted.
No to the
So
secret
we
retreat.
keep
No
getting
to this announcement of
contradictory
adopting some
answers
plan
to
that should have been
very
very
done a year
specific
ago.
questions, and these very specific questions are
No
easy.
to
Was
the
there not
stagnation that's happening
consultation?
right now.
Is there not an IMC in place?
Now,
so on one hand you
we
say
also
there is,
need
on one
to
hand
bear
you
in
say there
mind
isn't.
that
On one hand we're saying the minister must
KZN is
consult the
currently
IMC,
in
and
a
on one
very
hand we don't even know if
unstable
there's
place.
one
The
in
National
place.
Freedom Party,
and
which
that makes
holds
the
the
whole
balance of
process
power,
difficult if we're trying to find out that
and
nobody,
sided
including the
with the
deputy
ANC,
ministers, the
IFP, and
ministers,
DA
the
to create
previous
that
ministers,
so-called
can actually
government of
come with an
provincial
answer.
unity. I feel like this term
Deputy
of
Minister,
unity has been so
I think
sullied, because a government of
if
national unity is when you have like 90%
you're
of
unsure
the electorate,
about this
like a full
consultation
united
process
government.
on
In
this
KZN, it's just
PKTT
like one
specifically,
vote.
or that you're not sure
They have a
about
one-vote majority
any of
and they call
those
it a
type of
government of unity. It's a
consultations, I
coalition.
would say that it's quite a stark
So that
contrast
coalition
to
is held
your
together
strong
by the
views that
NFP
you
vote.
hold.
If the NFP
the first
switches,
critical views that I read to you about the engagements and
that coalition crumbles.
the
And
efficient and
recently
effective
the NFP
functioning
has come out to
of
say
the
they're not
police
happy
service
with
of those
the
two,
state of things in KZN.
I would say, bodies
They
working
haven't
together,
fully
Minister and the
agreed
National
to
Commissioner.
switch.
And
But if they
I think I will
do,
pause there,
that
Chairperson. I wouldn't want
coalition
to
which
waste time. And I thank
heralded
you for your answers,
this
Deputy Minister.
GNU era
Can I clarify that,
Could
because
be
you
under
can't just leave
serious
it like
threat.
that as if.
You're more than welcome.
I said.
I'm not convinced leaders
this
gathered
because I
this
said
weekend
because
to just
in terms of
sip
the
pina
letters,
coladas and
I think
adopt
this
some
should
outdated
have
plan.
My strong
I really
views
want to know
consult each
what
other and work together.
prompted, out of the blue, these leaders to get together in secret.
Okay, thank you
Now,
so much.
a number of people have suggested, and at this point, all we
minutes,
have
we'll come
is
back at
speculation,
12:30.
but
When we come
speculation
back,
from
It's,
some very interesting
Honorable
sources, and I'll give you the sources. It was the Sunday Times
Honorable
report
Skosana, Honorable Cameron, and the last
that
is,
President
Honorable
Ramaphosa
Nwangu,
is
in that order.
considering
Thank you so
leaving
much.
office
20
early
minutes
next
each.
year. So it's the Sunday
Thank you.
Times report. News 24, political analyst on SMWX Lukhona Mguni, and our analyst Tara Ruiz. Now, these are four different perspectives, getting information from different places, all suggesting that the president is considering his position. And so I do wonder whether this meeting was some kind of last gasp attempt. Was it the president saying, hey, we need to just smooth things over until I do exit and we need to find an exit strategy? Was this the opposition party saying, look, if you don't meet now, we're going to leave? We don't know because there was no press conference. So at this point, it's a black box. But we do really need to ask ourselves, why would the GNU suddenly meet like 18 months into its life? One final thing on this. I remember we constantly got this refrain last year that it was amazing that this coalition came together because in other countries it takes a long time, sometimes 6 months for a coalition to form. And at the time it kind of made sense because it felt like the coalition had a very short time frame. At least to elect a president, the Constitution says it's 2 weeks. But there's really no time frame after the president is elected to create a government. So I never really fell for this idea that South Africa has this time pressure to form a government. We have time pressure to elect a president, but not necessarily to form a coalition. But now, it's been nearly a year and a half, and we still don't really have a coalition with serious policies, serious priorities, and some kind of document that South Africans can look at and say, oh, okay, these parties have come together to set the political direction. It's almost as if the state is wagging the dog. The tail of the state is wagging the dog of politics. Usually you would have a political party or coalition come together, the parties come together and say, these are the policies we agree on. And then the state is tasked with implementing those policies in real life. Now we have a state implementing based on like what's been happening before, and then the parties come and say, yeah, what the state said is what we agree to. Where's the political direction? It's nowhere to be found. So I'm afraid, I hate to say I told you so, fam, but this GNU it's in disarray and it's surviving on PR fumes at this point. And part of the reason, secondly, is because the Mkhwanazi revelations have completely stolen the limelight from this government, but have also just shown how deep the rot over which this government is now presiding really goes. Remember, Senzo Mchunu is the GNU Minister of Police. All the parties came together and their agreement is what has led us to the cabinet we now have. So let's take a look at what we heard today, because the revelations just keep getting deeper and deeper, and the crisis is getting more and more serious for the ANC and for the GNU. So today we delved again into the arrest of Katiso Molefe. By the way, fam, just side note, why are we spending so much time on these arrests? Like, I completely appreciate the need to delve deep, but this is like the third week that we are focusing on the same arrest. I really hope the Madlanga Commission knows what it's doing by spending so much time just on this Katiso Molefe question. Maybe they do. Maybe it's the core that unravels everything. But my goodness, I'd like to move on to Brown Mokhotsi. I'd like to move on to even some more senior police officers, because it feels like we're getting more and more junior as we go now. So today we had a number of interventions. We had largely people looking into why the Hawks conducted this operation to disrupt the arrest at Katiso Molefe, this alleged criminal kingpin's home in Sandhurst. Remember, the Political Killings Task Team was arresting him. Halfway through the arrest, they're seizing material and evidence, and the police come to ask the other branch of the police, what are you guys doing here? Are you impersonating the police? So today we were figuring out, why did the Hawks come to check on the Political Killings Task Team? And to be honest, the story and the picture is not getting any clearer the more voices we hear. There are a lot of disagreements within the Hawks themselves. The Political Killings Task Team remains rock solid and consistent. They were there to arrest Katiso Molefe, who they believed had a hand in the murder of Armand Swart over a Transnet tender. While they were there, the Hawks come, and various people from the Hawks have said, it wasn't me, it was that person. And that person says, no, it wasn't me, I didn't know, I was just following an order from that person. And then that person says, oh, wow, well, I got called from some other civilian. And it's just not adding up. Why would the Hawks be there? We don't have a solid answer to that question. Now, today I want to play you a clip from the first witness from who we heard. And this witness was effectively suggesting that it wouldn't be appropriate for the Hawks to conduct the operation in the way that they did. And he was irked by being instructed to be part of this operation. Have a look.
If somebody is impersonating the police or they're impersonating the Hawks, who is best placed to investigate whether that is true or not? Does it have to be the Tom's team, or it can be any police officer or even any other division of the Hawks? Because I understood from the evidence that we had on Thursday that the Hawks have an office in Johannesburg. It's just not the Tom's team.
Correct. So any police officer can confirm that. Because to add on that, commissioners, remember, whether we are from the Hawks or we are from the dog unit, we are carrying the same appointment card. The appointment card is the same. How are you going to tell if this person is from the Hawks? How are you going to tell if this person is from the dog unit? I'm just making an example. Our appointment card is the same.
And last issue, the Hawks Johannesburg office, how far is it or where is it? If it's a sensitive issue, you don't have to give me the exact details. I understood from your evidence that you were in Springs, and that's 60 kilometers from Sandhurst. And Captain Kruger was in Pretoria North, which is also very far. And the other team was in Mogale City, which is also very far. The Hawks team nearest to Sandhurst, where are they?
Joburg and Germiston as well.
Central Johannesburg.
Not at the central, because let me remember correctly. The old Johannesburg Stock Exchange.
Yes.
Yeah. Not at the police station.
Is it in Newtown? Yes. I think we know where it is. The shiny, next
because
to the
remember,
shiny
TPCI got some divisions. There are others who are sitting at the building of old commercial crime. next to Joburg High Court, there are others who are sitting there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So their warrant officer, Sabelo Nkosi, who was part of this operation reluctantly, or actually no, he said he decided not even to be a part of it eventually, but was called upon by the Hawks as one of the more junior officers to the people we've heard from, called upon by his superiors to leave an operation in the Northwest that was clearly very important and go to Katie Molefe's house to see if police were being impersonated. And he was like, but why? I'm not even close by. And this is why he was saying, like, there are officers closer to Sandhurst. Why not just send those people? Now, later we heard a Major General Mboto, who is a divisional commissioner within the Hawks. So this is a relatively high-ranking person. And again, the commission was trying to get from him, okay, why had you sent people like Warrant Officer Sabelo Nkosi? Last week, I believe there was a certain Kruger. Why were they sent? Was it you who sent them? Was it General Libya, who was the head of the Hawks there? We were trying to establish the chain of command. Let's take a look at what Major General Mboto said in response to this idea that, well, some of these Hawks members were being called from already existing operations and were actually quite far from the scene.
Contact the subs to do this and discounted them, or it just never occurred to you from the outset? You knew this was going to be a DPCI operation.
The strength of TOMS, commissioners, is not necessarily of the members that they have, but the network that they have. So I couldn't foresee that the patrol van could get there quicker than the people that work with TOMS. For example, TOMS have got security companies that they have. Even if Mokoena decided that he's going to send the Joburg Metro, which is part of them, or the Gauteng Traffic, which is part of the team, to scan the area for us, it would have sufficed. So when I said to Mokoena, send people, I meant in his network. So the police, to be honest, commissioners, was never, the patrol van was never part of my thinking from the word go. I never had the police van as part of those that I wanted deployed from the word go.
Well, you've also told us that you know that they have private cars, unmarked cars, which are not patrolled vans. The SAPs? Did I understand you? Did I hear you properly?
I was talking my team that I sent there.
Okay.
The team that I sent there, I sent them with unmarked cars. Yes, I was referring to those. That the team that went there, they had unmarked cars to respond with.
No, but you don't know who was sent there because you gave the instruction to Brigadier Mokoena. So why do you talk as if you know that the team that was sent there had unmarked cars?
Remember, Commissioner, I mentioned that he told me that he sent Kruger.
Yes.
And I said Kruger was the right choice in my thinking because it's from, at least I thought was from the East Rand.
So there you go. That's a sense of the skepticism with which the Hawks version is being treated, because there are different people saying different things and no one is taking accountability for why this team